Okay, Israel. Shalom, shalom, shalom. Hope everybody's doing well. Shout out Sword of Truth family, Cabo in Guatemala, the brothers and sisters in California and Atlanta, Georgia. Hope that everybody's doing well. Shout out Stream of Wisdom, Houston, Rochester, New York, and Virginia. Hope everybody's doing well out there. We're about to get going for another Sabbath day. I don't know, is there anything pressing to talk about? No, I don't think so. I think we're ready to go, right?
Yeah.
All right, so we're going to send our prayers up real quick to the Most High. Then we'll get started in class. Imagine we'll play Yerushalayim. Shalom.
All right, stand and face Jerusalem.
It's just us. Just us.
Just a minute. Elder.
Shalom, sis. I think somebody was drinking in my porch yesterday, and last Saturday.
Touching his paperwork?
Yeah, that's what I meant. So the paperwork was touched. The paperwork was touched. That's all I'm going to say. It's all good. Oh, it's all messed up.
Get that,
Bro,
get that one over there. The one that's laminated.
Bro. It's like y'all, there is the one that's not here, huh?
You sure this isn't the one? Right here?
That's not mine. Is this mine or is this yours?
No, it's mine, but you can use it.
All right, bro. I'll just use it. Break that Yahweh by Shem Yahshai.
Rocket that Yahweh by Shem Yahshai.
Ahava. The award. Say the water. Aman.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the light this day. Thanks, so be it.
Rocket that Yahweh by Shem Yahshai.
Rocket that Yahweh by Shem Yahshai.
Ahava. Rayach. The water.
Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us sweet savor. Thank you, so be it.
Imagine what Ponya Yerushalayim.
Stand and face Jerusalem.
Rock the Yahweh by Shem Yahshai.
Rock the Yahweh by Shem Yahshai.
Ahava. Hashabbat. Bashalom. The water.
Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the Sabbath in peace. Thank you, so be it.
Psalms 121. Anasha.
Ayanyamya.
Hahoya. Ma'aya. Yabu'a. Isaiah. Yabu'a. Ma. Yahweh. Sha'aisha. Shemaya. Ya'aratiza. La'a. Yonathan. Lamawat. Regalia. Yala'a. Nawam. Sheshamoyah. Hana, Yala'a, Nawam, Wala'a, Yishon, Sheshamamah, Yahweh, Shemaya, Yahweh, Tizalia, Al, Yanyamya, Yed, Hashemash, Yala'a, Hakaya, Bayawam, Wala'a, Halabana, Bayawaya, Balayala, Yahweh, Yashmoya, Makol, Right, Yashmor, Napesha, Yahweh, Yashmor, Hawalakia, Wabuaya, Wa'ai,
Amen. Psalms 121 in English. I will lift up my eyes unto the hills, from whence cometh my help. My help cometh from Yahweh, which made heaven and earth. He would not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee would not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Yasha'Allah shall neither slumber nor sleep. Yahweh is thy keeper. Yahweh is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. Yahweh shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. Yahweh shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth, and even forevermore. Amen.
Amen. Israelite Credo. Shema Yahshua, Yahweh, Elohim, Yahweh, Echad. Shema Yahshua, Yahweh, Elohim, Yahweh, Echad. Shema Yahshua, Yahweh, Elohim, Yahweh, Echad.
Deuteronomy chapter 6 verse 4. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our power is one Lord.
Lord's Prayer. Avanawa, Shabbat Shemayah, Kodesh, Hayah, Shemkah, Yahweh, Malak Waskah, Thaba'ah, Ratazaka, Hayah, Aisha, Ratazah, Kawah, Hayah, Bashemayah, Nathanawa, Lachom, Kol, Yawam, Waslachno, Chawathino, Kaslachno, Chawathino, Wala'ah, Nabi'anawa, Benisai 1, Abo, Hawashayno, Mayan, Right, Hayat, Lakat, Hamakwat, Waha'ala, Wahatha Parah, Amen.
Matthew chapter 6 verse 9. After this manner therefore pray ye, Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts, as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory forever. Amen.
Amen. 10 Commandments. Okay. La'ayah, Lakah, Alahayah, Achayah, Panya.
Thou shalt know other powers before me.
Number 2. La'ah, Ta'ayna, Lakah, Pasal, Wala'ah, Ta'aybadah.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image, nor serve them.
Number 3. La'ah, Talach, Shem, Yahweh, Bashawa.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy power in vain.
Number 4. Zakar, Hayawam, Hashabat, Rakunashwa.
Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
Number 5. Kabad, Abaka, Ya'amaka.
Honor thy father and thy mother.
Number 6. La'ah, Taratazah.
Thou shalt not kill, murder.
Number 7. La'ah, Tana'ah.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Number 8. La'ah, Taganah.
Thou shalt not steal.
Number 9. La'ah, Ta'ayna, Shakur.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Number 10. La'ah, Ta'chamad, Kol, Asherah, La'raika.
Thou shalt not covet anything which is thy neighbor's.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai that gives us the law.
Israel Yeshaviim.
Everybody seated?
Hey, can you just leave that one out front so I can make a copy of it today? Last week, Shamshwan and Dawiyat went over their class and dealt and focused on the fall of Jerusalem, right?
God.
You guys went into the burning of it and the complete destruction of the land, the area, the territory, the whole nine. And as we know, that was a significant buildup on why it even got to that position in the first place. What we're going to go into today is that there's still, even after that, there was still more history about that time period that we had yet to be able to discuss. There were still Israelites in the land. There were still Judites in the area. But the remaining people were the poor and the farmers. They were the extreme poor and the farmers, because what Nebuchadnezzar wanted was these farmers to sit back here and cultivate the land and send fruits and vegetables and supplies to Babylon to continue to further their kingdom. So to completely strip the entire land of all people wouldn't make any sense. They needed to at least have some people there to just keep the food going, food production going, and basic maintenance, and it could also still benefit the empire. So that's where we're going to take over now. There's still some good information and good meat to pull out of these last parts of Jeremiah and Kings and Chronicles. So the first verse we're going to go into is 2 Kings chapter 25, verse 22 to 24. What you going to say?
And it's just like America. When they go to a country, they don't eradicate the whole population. They go in there, break down structure, break down infrastructure, break down their ability to feed themselves, and then they do construction contracts, they do food contracts, they do debt contracts. They're going to provide for you, and they put in puppet leaders, their own systematic puppet leaders, so that they can go ahead and get all the resources and control the nation, because that nation is a vassal.
It's a vassal. They do vassalship different, a little bit different now than they did in the past. Like, if you really think about it, how Babylon took Israel from the land of Israel all the way to Babylon, that's not a very cost-effective move. Because you got to house these people, you got to feed these people. You have to sit back here and bring them into your society, which is very, very challenging to do. It's better to sit back here and pay off a president or a top-end official and let him deal with the day-to-day management of the people in their own country. It's better to sit back here and break a country financially and have them subjugated to the one empire and keep their infrastructure low and weak to where they're dependent on exporting and they're dependent on taking all their natural resources and sending them outside to the top end country versus how Babylon did it. But the way they did it is just what was being done at the time. Assyria did it. Babylon did it. Things started changing and adjusting with the Persians. But that's just time and the evolution of how leadership and governorship actually rolled. Point is, we're here now. Jerusalem burnt. They're sitting back here. After the majority of people died, now you have to start rounding people up. Now you have to start rounding people up for this long trail of our version of the Trail of Tears down to Babylon. We're going to kind of explain that in a second.
And would this be like the Israelite 9/11? Would it be like that?
Israelite 9/11?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Well, like it's a complete collapse and things change after that. Nothing's the same.
Well, I don't even like using 9/11 because in that
we know what really happened.
That's what I'm saying. I would just say our Diaspora, one of our numerous Diasporas.
In history, when you read history books concerning this situation, they call it pre-exilic and post-exilic time frame, which means exilic meaning the exile. Yep. So when you read this point, this is the first major time that Jerusalem has ever been destroyed to this level.
Yep.
From the 500 and some historians say 570 years that it took from Solomon's time, from the introduction and building of the temple to this final collapse of Jerusalem. During that process, that's a major move because it stood for almost 600 years.
Yep.
So to watch it fall and burn is a major collapse.
You could say spiritually it was our first spiritual death.
Yeah.
You can say that it was our first death spiritually. Okay? So if you want to look at it that way, you can look at Diaspora, exilic, our first spiritual death. But let's do this. 2 Kings 25, 22 through 24. Karai, let's get it started.
Karaya, Shashabata, Banashah, Banashala.
Karaya, Shashabata, Banashah, Banashala.
I measure.
Yahweh Shem Yahshua.
Yahweh Shem Yahshua.
All right. So let's do this. 2 Kings 25, verse 22 to 24.
Come. 2 Kings, chapter 25 and verse 22. And as for the people that remain in the land of Judah, whom Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, had left, even over them he made Gedaliah, the son of Ahikam, the son of Shaphan, ruler.
And we're going to go into what his genealogy is and where he came from. But very shortly. But Nebuchadnezzar sat back here and chose a more honorable man to spearhead and lead this next movement that the remaining Israelites are going to be heading into. Okay, we're going to read about how this man was way more honorable than Zedekiah or Jehoiakim or any of these other vassal leaders back in the day. Now, this man, Gedaliah, was not of Davidic origin. So this is also the breaking of all the Davidic kings. Zephaniah was the last of the Davidic kings to actually be in power in the land. That's another one of the post or the exilic, pre and post exilic.
Yeah.
The last of the Judite kings or the Davidic kings was Zedekiah also. That's the end of David's line. Okay? Yeah, the Davidic line. Until Christ came back. But even Christ, when he was on earth, wasn't made king. So he was the last of the Davidic kings on earth. So this guy Gedaliah was announced or ordained to be leader over the remaining Judites and Israelites in the area, but he was not of Davidic origin. Now he was Judah, and he was a scribe. Okay, he was a scribe. Matter of fact, I can't prove he was Judah. He was just an Israelite, and he was a scribe. Okay, and he came from a line of scribes, and we'll go into that later. Let's keep going. Verse 23.
Verse 23. And when all the captains of the armies, they and their men, heard that the king of Babylon had made Gedaliah governor, there came to Gedaliah to Mizpah.
Now listen, they said that there were other captains of armies surrounding in different territories. So what you're going to read, now is, even though Jerusalem was seized and captured, Judites were leaving, they were running, they were heading towards cities up in the northern kingdom. Don't forget, Israel was still in the northern kingdom. So they were leaving the northern kingdom. Different leaders, different packs and groups of Israelites were scattered that had different military captains over these groups that were responsible for these groups. And they were in hiding. We're going to read some people were in Ammon. Some people were up northern Israel. They were all around. But when they got word that Gedaliah was made leader over the province of Judah, then they started coming around and decided that there was hope in reunification. Okay? So read verse 23 again.
Come. 2 Kings, chapter 25, verse 23. And when all the captains of the armies, they and their men, heard that the king of Babylon had made Gedaliah governor, there came to Gedaliah to Mizpah, even Ishmael, the son of Nethaniah, and Johanan, the son of Kariah.
We got to keep in mind these two names. Ishmael, which was a captain of men, and Johanan, which was a captain of men. These two men are very important as to what the future of Judah, what was going to be. They were two major pieces of how Judah was going to end up being down the line. Johanan and Ishmael, and they were both Israelites. Now, on the map, we have Mizpah. The city Mizpah is where they were meeting. Okay, Mizpah is below Ephraim. It's above Ramah, and it's way above Jerusalem. Okay, they end up meeting at this location to discuss. Matter of fact, I don't even want to go here yet. We'll go into this later. Matter of fact, let's hold off on this part. Let's let this verse go. Okay, just finish verse 23 for the sake of finishing it, because the only problem with 2 Kings is that it gives a very roundabout explanation of the time, but it doesn't go specific enough yet. So I feel that we're kind of jumping. I thought we can go here initially to set the tone, but it's missing so many pieces. Let's just scratch it. Read verse 22 again. We're going to leave it at that. Let's read verse 22.
2 Kings chapter 25 and verse 22.
I promise you we'll get back into this other part later. Promise you. Read on.
Come. And as for the people that remain in the land of Judah, whom Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, had left, even over them he made Gedaliah, the son of Ahikam, the son of Shaphan, ruler.
To be honest, we should just sit back here and start at verse 20.
Come. Verse 20. It says, and Nebuzaradan, captain of the guard, took these and brought them to the king of Babylon to Riblah. And
So hold on. So what's happening is here. It's before we go into Gedaliah being chosen as the governor of Judah. We gotta kind of go into where Shamshuan's class was going. When we actually fell, after people died. Remember Ezekiel, the prophecy was people were going to be die of pestilence, die of war. Then there was going to be
It was famine.
It was famine and pestilence.
Yep.
Okay? And then after that, the rest are going to be put in slavery. So what's happening is the captain of the host, which is Nebuzaradan, sends the remaining captors from Babylon to Riblah. Riblah is a city in Syria. So it's a little bit away from the action, but it's close enough to where Nebuchadnezzar can get the blow-by-blow of what's happening. In Riblah is where Nebuchadnezzar had Zedekiah killed and his princes killed. Everybody was murdered there. But also it was like the way station for when they were going to get shipped out and sent to Babylon. Okay?
And Nebuzaradan was the one who Nebuchadnezzar had come in after they broke through the walls. The other generals broke through the wall. It was Nebuzaradan that came in and set fire to Jerusalem and started burning it down to the ground. You know, at 30 days after they broke through the walls. Mm-hmm. So his task and his job was he was the one that was orchestrated the burning of Jerusalem.
Exactly. So, read verse 21.
Verse 21. And the king of Babylon smote them and slew them at Riblah in the land of Haman.
He slew the princes in Riblah. Read on.
So Judah was carried away out of their land.
Now with that's don't forget, 2 Kings, Chronicles, they give you an overview of what happened, right? The kings got killed, the princes got killed at Riblah, the people were sent to Riblah. Then they were sent from Riblah all the way to Babylon. Okay? Now what we're going to do is get more of a blow for blow of what happened in Jeremiah. So let's go to Jeremiah chapter 40 and verse 1.
Come.
Jeremiah chapter 40 and verse 1. And this gives a little more, or a lot more detail about what happened specifically out here. When you read Jeremiah, the last few chapters of Jeremiah is when the chapters are sequential. So Jeremiah chapter 39, if I'm not mistaken. No, let me see.
The fall of Jerusalem.
39, 40, 41, I think 41 and 43, they're sequential. And then everywhere else, it gets scattery again. But from 39 to 43 is where it's sequential. So you can read that like regular. So, Jeremiah 40 verse 1 through 4.
Jeremiah chapter 40 and verse 1. The word that came to Jeremiah from the Most High. After that, Nebuzaradan, the captain of the guard, had let him go from Ramah, when he had taken him, being bound in chains, among all that were carried away captive of Jerusalem and Judah.
Listen, man, this really hit me because it's letting you know that Jeremiah went from the jail. Don't forget, he went from the mire to the regular jails. And then when Israel got burnt to the ground, they treated him like a common slave and a captor too. He's a 61, 62-year-old man in chains being sent from Jerusalem to Riblah, which is in Syria. Can you imagine a 61-year-old man in chains? Ankle, when you're in slave chains and you're walking a long distance, how can you imagine them chaining you? You think they're just going to chain you by the arms? No. They ain't going to chain you by the arms and the feet.
Make sure you don't run.
You ever see those really dangerous prisoners? They got the arms and the feet shackled, so you got to kind of like walk like really slow, and you got to walk in a certain pace.
Yeah.
They had these guys where they couldn't run off. Yes.
Now, and too, what the braces at on the ankles too. You can just imagine the material out there.
The chafing.
Yeah.
You think they give a damn about chafing?
Digging into the skin.
They don't care about that. But you're 60, man. And they're treating Jeremiah like a common criminal. And he had to feel that. Listen, the Most High, all through this process, made Jeremiah feel what everybody else felt. It's like, you're going to keep reading a theme of this. Jeremiah had to warn Israel constantly. Remember, we read about him wearing the shackles for like 22 years, right? To warn. And then his reward for doing his job is to wear shackles. His reward for 22 years of wearing shackles to let them know that they're going to wear shackles too. That he wears shackles with them.
Which is true leadership.
It's true leadership, but once again, everybody says they want to be an Israelite, and everybody says they want to lead. But this is the cost of leadership. The cost of leadership is pain. Teaching and warning and reminding and teaching and suffering with the people that are not trying to change.
As more than just giving orders.
But this is how people think. I can teach, I can drop information and not be responsible. I can stay away, be comfortable, and live my life. That's not what you read in the Bible. Yeah. The teachers teach, they warn. They hazarded their lives because they warned, and then they had to suffer along with the people as the people resisted change, as people didn't listen. You had to go down with the ship also.
And you did your job. See,
you did your job and everybody else didn't.
That's the problem.
And you have to go down with the ship with the people that didn't do their job.
Where do you think the scripture, if one suffered, we all suffered, came from? Where do you think these concepts come from, huh?
I was like, that sounds good, but experiencing that shit, like,
well, I know it don't sound good. I'm gonna tell you, it don't sound good when I hear this shit.
It sounds discouraging.
When I hear I gotta wear some heavy ass wooden shackles for 12 years, and then some damn steel shackles for 10 years. That don't feel good.
Yep.
That feels bad. And then you do right, and you get put in the shithole, and then you come out, and then your body, you almost die, and you get pulled out and go in a regular jail. Then you get sat back, and then you need to put more shackles on, and you got to walk some damn Trail of Tears, at least 30, 40 miles. Can you imagine walking to Austin at 60 years old? Can you imagine that?
That's the worst, bro.
listen,
Listen, that's what I'm saying. It ain't like they had quality tennis shoes out there. There ain't no quality boots, huh? There wasn't no art support. If you got plantar fasciitis, you in trouble.
Yeah.
If you got plantar fasciitis, you're in a bad spot. They ain't even call it that. You just got the club foot.
Yeah.
You got the club foot. You got to shake it off.
You got bunions.
You got bunions, huh? I'm making it light, but can you imagine a 40 to 60 mile walk at 60 years old with shackles after your body being broken down anyway?
You can't even wear bad shoes for a whole day
I know.
without your feet hurting.
Yeah.
That's horrible, bro.
That's my point. Even if it was 30 miles. Yes, sir?
I'm just saying, I'm struggling with even just the thought process of suffering for someone else's mistakes.
I know. And that's the point. And that's where a lot of men with knowledge and Bible verses head for the hills. Was when I got to lose and suffer for other people's stupidity, that's when people say, I'm out of here. This ain't for me.
Call it quits.
A lot of people that have Bible retention, scripture knowledge, understanding, they get out the deal. Because what is it? What am I getting out the deal? You know what you're getting out the deal? You're serving the Heavenly Father and you're doing your job for Him.
You know, all the smarts in the world don't come in handy when you got chains on.
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying?
that's true.
We thinking of a master plan now,
Yeah.
but you in chains, B.
Yeah.
And you did what you were supposed to do. You served the Most High the way you were supposed to, and you're taking that with your people. I like to focus on this because what Jeremiah does next is even that much more amazing. He's getting treated like a common, criminal, wicked slave right next to the people who were serving other idols, who committed adultery, who did all kind of wickedness. I'm right here with the wicked, being esteemed like I'm the wicked,
And mocking him.
and getting mocked.
You're suffering with the mockers.
Yeah, yeah,
That's an insult if you have an ego at all. That's a major insult.
I know.
So if you have an ego, that's a problem. I gotta suffer with you.
Yep.
Truthfully, let's be honest. We want to see
Because the
people
wise
suffer.
guy will say, that's not wisdom.
Exactly.
It's not wisdom to sit back here and be with these guys.
Mhm.
Why am I going to sit back and be on a sinking ship? That's not wise.
It's not wisdom. It's not convenient. And also for the point, there's a secret thought. I want to see you suffer because I told you so.
Yeah.
Right.
That's the benefit of when you're like dropping the wisdom out and people start falling. Like, look,
God, you didn't want to be fake modest. God told you.
Yeah.
Was it God that told you that? Or was it, you want to say you told him?
yeah.
Listen,
I tried to tell him.
the Spirit told him. Yeah, but I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying.
That's a real thing though.
Yeah.
Natural ego and our natural small,
Pride, our hubris.
our hubris, and a little secret pride we roll with. You wouldn't be like,
Told
the
you.
same dude that was talking about me,
Yeah.
look at you now.
That's real.
That's what you get. That's what you get. But why am I suffering with this guy now? That's a whole different spirit.
That's the point.
Why am I
Listen,
with this dude?
And listen, why am I in the trick bag with everybody else who wasn't listening? I did right. I stood up for righteousness' sake.
This is the most I take away the victim card.
And also, this is what really being a servant is all about. We think we're serving the Most High. Listen, I don't. First of all, I don't want to poo-poo on anybody's service towards the Most High, because anybody who decides to follow the laws, dedicate to the Scriptures,
And give.
follow the Sabbath, stay in order, there is value there. But when you read these Scriptures, there is no doubt about it that there's other levels to this. And the greater levels deals with our willingness and capacity to suffer for the body. And that can't be denied either. Just like you can't deny that if you follow the laws, you're taking a step towards the Heavenly Father. What also can't be denied is when you're accountable, and you have to take accountability for other people's sicknesses and other people's problems. It is a greater level of service towards the Heavenly Father. And then a greater level than that is when you take accountability for people and you lose for people, and then you suffer because they don't change.
Yeah.
That's the greatest level of sacrifice.
Yeah.
That's why Christ said, what's the greatest thing a person can do is lay their life down for what? For their brother. This is laying your life down for your brother. Whether we're up or down, I'm going to lose with you, even though it wasn't my fault. Yes, sir.
That's how you show true love, too, bro.
That's what we're saying. That's laying down your life for your friends. But this is laying down your life. Being responsible and dealing with the downs and the ups with people. But that is what so many people run from. Because it's hard.
Yeah.
And you don't get anything out the deal. This is the purest form of sacrifice a person can bring to the table. Like I said,
No benefits. There are no benefits.
this thing about psychologically was going through Jeremiah's mind, Doc.
Tough.
You're in chains. You've been in jail this whole time. You would think when Babylon comes down and you'll get out of it.
Yeah.
Or something that happened where you'll get relieved from the stress and the hell of what you've been going through this whole time. And you get the exact opposite. You go into more chains. It's just something for us to think about when you're sitting back and thinking about complaining about your life and complaining about how inconvenienced you are because of the people and brothers and sisters around you. When you ship on how hard it is to make connections and bonds, that's nothing in comparison to what this person has to go through. So let's be conscious. It's important when we're going through our battle to think about greater people than us and what they battle, to give us perspective on how light and insignificant our issues are, even though we make them, we blow up our issues to where they're just like the greatest things in the world. Yeah. When you read people like this in this man's story, you say, man, what I'm going through is nothing.
Yeah.
What I've suffered is nothing. Me dealing with the ups and downs of marriage is nothing.
Yeah.
Me learning how to be a better sister or brother is nothing. Me sitting back here and coming out of myself and being a better brother is nothing. This man's whole life, if you want to look at it this way, is thrown away. Yeah. Don't forget, he had land. He was a landowner in Anathoth. He could have got out of there, bro, escaped like a lot of these guys did. You're going to read about this guy, Ishmael. He ran at the opportune time. He got out and hid in Ammon. Other men and women left, hid, escaped this. Don't you think that's the wise move? Is to leave and just run, be the smart guy? Just keep that in mind. Read verse 1 again.
Jeremiah chapter 40 and verse 1. The word that came to Jeremiah from the Most High. After that, Nebuzaradan, the captain of the guard, had let him go from Ramah, when he had taken him, being bound in chains, among all that were carried away captive of Jerusalem and Judah.
So he was captive from Jerusalem to Ramah. Okay, read on.
Which were carried away captive unto Babylon. And the captain of the guard took Jeremiah and said unto him, the Most High, thy power, have pronounced this evil upon this place.
But he told him this at Ramah. Mm-hmm. This is when, obviously, this man, Nebuzaradan, was given intel about who Jeremiah is, and was given intel about how Jeremiah had been warning the Jews to serve Nebuchadnezzar. Once again, the Most High comes through for you when he's ready. Listen, you're going to read about how all of a sudden this captain looks at Jeremiah in a good light and says, you know what, man? I'm going to give you a deal because you was in order. Read. Man. Read on. Man, that hurts. That hurts. Read on.
Yeah.
Verse 2. Yeah.
Verse 2. And the captain of the guard took Jeremiah and said unto him, the Lord, thy power, have pronounced this evil upon this place. Now the Most High have brought it, and done according as he hath said, because ye have sinned against the Most High, and have not obeyed his voice. Therefore, this thing is come upon you.
So the captain of the nations knew this.
Yeah, that's what's odd about it. They knew that the Most High determined evil against Israel.
Kinda. They had an understanding that, hey, whether they came up with this on their own mind, or whether people told them, people they chose to talk about, explain this to them, however it is, the word gets to this captain by the time Jeremiah has walked all the way to Ramah, this next city. Read on.
Could he have been like a vassal mouth? The captain of the guard.
Vassal what?
A vassal mouthpiece.
I don't know what it is. Listen, the truth is this. It's important for ambassadors of different countries to know what's going on with the country and the city they're responsible for. So whoever was in charge of Israelite affairs must have told this guy what's going on, and the message was relayed to Nebuzaradan. Let's read verse 4.
Jeremiah chapter 40 and verse 4. And now, behold, I loose thee this day from the chains which were upon thine hand.
Listen, he says after that 30-mile walk, 40-mile walk, now you're free.
Yeah.
But I like this because in our mind, we do good and we expect not to suffer for doing good. And a lot of times when we do good and we suffer, the question is, why I keep doing good?
Yeah.
Why I keep doing good when I'm suffering? Why I keep doing good when I keep losing?
It doesn't make sense.
It doesn't make sense to be in order when the Most High is not giving me what I want anyway.
Yeah.
Isn't that what most people think?
Yeah.
Or they ask themselves that question?
That's the
What is the benefit of? You don't think Jeremiah is like, what's the benefit of doing righteousness? When I'm now triple jailed out.
Yeah.
He was jailed in the Benjamin territory. Then he got sent to Jerusalem territory. Then he went under the jail. Then he went on top of the jail again. Now he's in jail some more. He's in a holding cell. Right now, Jeremiah's in a holding cell in Ramah.
Yeah.
It's the worst.
You're in that holding cell with a bunch of people in one room out. before you go on another 500-mile walk. Can you imagine? Think about what's in his mind. I had to walk 30, 40 miles and my body's on fire. And I'm about to walk another 500 to get to Babylon. Can I make this trip? Can I make this? Is the Most High going to make me go all the way to Babylon?
That's being a prisoner of the Father. This really is being a prisoner.
And I don't know where I'm going, where the Most High is going to take me. Is my life going to be just, am I going to make this trip? Am I going to die on this trip? Is this it for me? That's the point.
One verse, Romans chapter 3, verse 8.
These are real thoughts that a real man at his age is going to think. Then the question is, did I do enough? Is the Most High angry at me? Maybe I didn't do enough. Maybe my perspective wasn't right when I was in jail. Maybe my thoughts were impure when I was in jail. So the Most High is giving me more jail time. That's the only way you can think. Or you go completely left, and the Most High leaves you and abandons you. What you got? I'm sorry, sir.
Read that.
Romans chapter 3 and verse 8. And now rather, as we be slanderously reported.
Because this is how some people will assume or some people will think. Read.
And as some affirm that we say.
Go ahead.
Let us do evil.
Some people will feel like, well, shit, if I'm doing good and I still get punished, well, let me do evil then.
Yep.
If I'm doing right,
What's the good in this?
why am I getting penalized and punished for doing right? So some people will say, let me do evil then. Go ahead.
I'm going to say a lot. Well, first of all, a lot of people are going to say that.
Yeah.
Not just a little people.
Yeah.
A lot of people are going to complain like that.
Yeah, they're going to say, well, you know what? I did right and I'm still getting punished, so I might as well do what I want to do. Because what I really want to do is not right. He said that I may do what?
Says, let us do evil. That good may come.
That good may come. So our people want to flip it. We want to flip it on the, I'm going to flip it then. Instead of doing good and I'm getting evil, well, maybe if I do evil, I'm going to get good.
Yeah.
That's how ignorant our people are. Now,
One, you are truly, you're foreshadowing there. There's going to be a concept, people, that they say down the line in Jeremiah 44 that says the same negative sentiment. That's why I'm so glad you're going into it. But you are foreshadowing. Keep going, man.
but that's a negative. That mentality is what our people will do. We'll try to flip it. We'll try to flip it. Since I'm doing good, I'm getting evil. Well, maybe if I do evil, I'm gonna get some good. That's a. I don't know what kind of mind frame that is.
It's the mind frame that don't want to change. Don't want to stay living right.
Yeah, it's the mind frame of I grow weary in well doing.
Well, I'm gonna say this. You know what that mind frame is? It's really a test. The test is this, and this is a test that every single man and woman has to ask. Am I going to be on point and live and be righteous because I love righteousness? Or am I going to be on point and operate with honor to get a gain?
And perfect point. And also, it's a lack of integrity, because integrity means to maintain the original state. Yeah. And it just shows that a lot of our people don't have integrity.
I know.
That means I don't have the desire to do right just because it's right. I want to do right only when there's something to gain.
It's incentive based.
Incentive based.
Because this what the Most High shows about the nature of men. I will teach if I get respect behind it. Yeah. I will teach if I get a gain behind it. If I got to teach and then I got to be on the hook for calls and counsels at late nights and I got to be inconvenienced all the time, then maybe this ain't what I want to do. That is a person that does right for gain. Same thing for marriage. If a sister's in it just to sit back here and to get their expectations fulfilled, then maybe, you know what? Maybe they're only in serving the Most High, serving their husband to get a gain. The Most High be checking everybody's heart at the core of them.
Across the board.
Why do I stay on point? Why do I do good? Why do I live an honorable life? Do I choose to live an honorable life only for the gains? Listen, the funny thing was Job got checked the same way. Am I going to serve the Lord and only good happen to me and not evil? This is the question that Jeremiah is asking himself. Am I only here to serve the Most High to get something out the deal? Or am I going to serve the Most High rain, sleet, hail, snow? I'm sorry.
No, that mentality. It just shows you how shallow our commitment to the Lord is. You know what I'm saying? If I don't see nothing move in my favor fast enough, and things don't start turning over fast enough, then I'll start saying things like, "I didn't sign up for this.
Yep.
This is not why I came here. I didn't come here for this. I'm not doing this for this reason." Yep. You know what I'm saying? Then we start reevaluating our purpose and our intention.
I'm not happy.
Yeah, I'm not happy. Happiness is not here.
This is why back in the days, a lot of men quit serving the Most High after the year 2000. 2000 broke a lot of men out. Because everybody thought the kingdom was happening in 2000. And they thought that Y2K shit, I was it. The computers are going to crash. Everybody's going to go crazy.
The nukes are going to go off.
Listen, Buzz Rob like, there's only 5 years left.
Yeah.
He was like, oh no, the end is coming.
I remember that time period, bro. I was a kid.
Listen,
and I was so scared.
Listen,
this is before Israelite thing.
I know. I mean, this is before Israel, yeah. but teachers were teaching it back in the day. I'm not going to name their names, but teachers were teaching the year 2000 joint. Everybody, brothers were emptying bank accounts. They were going all in. They were putting their chips to the front eye.
Brothers were busting visas.
Yep. But you know why? Because they had an expectation. I'm doing this for something. And then when 2000 came and left, they're like, what are we doing this for? This end times didn't come. And then, once the end times didn't come, then they're asking, why should I keep suffering like this? This isn't wisdom. It's not wise to suffer like this anymore. Let me sit back and live my life. A lot of people did it because they were in it for the wrong reasons. Israelites, and I'm going to say this, all of us in our youth, and I've said this on different occasions, in our youth, it is impossible to see how the truth and relationships evolve 10, 15, 20 years down the line. It's impossible to see and forecast. So your motivations and your love starts out at a certain level. But what happens is once you get to a point where your motivations are exposed as to being flawed, then you got to make another decision. Then my motivations have to become pure if I'm going to last this next 5, 10, 15 years. Whether it's women, sometimes women comes and they'll choose an Israelite man because you know what, it's better than the world. Great choice. Great decision. But then you know what? You got to make it better. You got to sit back here and it's got to be a greater reason than just an Israelite man is a better choice than a worldly man. You got to start sitting back here and serving and moving to please the Heavenly Father. And it's better start being about the Most High more than even your husband.
And if you don't rearrange your intentions quick enough, The Most High is the master of time, because time don't exist with the Most High.
Yeah.
Time only exists in our realm, because our life is short. The Most High don't. He's not on no schedule. It's not on our schedule. So you know, he's the master of drawing something out. When you look at the children of Israel in the wilderness, they walked in the wilderness for 40 years because the Most High said that I wanted to see if you was going to serve me or not. That was all. That was all for the purpose of why are you serving me?
Yep.
So the Most High will slow play you. If you here for a rib, the Most High will draw out that rib for a long time.
Yeah.
If you here for a husband, the Most High will draw that husband out for a long time. If you're here for some money, good luck. The Most High will draw that
Forever.
Yeah,
forever.
he'll draw that money out.
I'm into the bag.
Yeah, you trying to get the bag?
What bag you looking for?
Yeah, ain't no bag.
Bible bag.
You get some bag of littles out in the bag. You get some littles.
So, you better get some scriptures.
Yeah.
The bag of scriptures.
I know.
What you gonna get? You have notebooks full of scriptures.
Yeah.
Yeah, a whole bunch of breakdowns in classes.
No doubt.
But you ain't gonna get that. Don't convert to cash. You know what I'm saying? Convert to wisdom.
Yeah.
But the Most High is the master of slow playing and drawing out your intentions and making sure that He understands that you understand why you love Him. Why do you serve Him?
Yep.
You know, or are you serving Him because you're in a situation where your health is at stake and you're forced to serve the Lord because you know you need His favor, you need His mercy.
Yep.
But as soon as your health gets better,
Most High's forgotten.
yeah, you go on with the wind.
Yeah.
I love that point you brought out because it's like we come in with ailments and needs,
Yep.
and you don't really know if you're serving the Most High until your ailments or needs are no longer present.
Yep. It's
If
true.
I need a more stable home, and most is like, okay, cool, I'll stabilize your home. Now there's what's the incentive? Do I have to keep doing this? Because this was based off of your gain.
Yep.
I know.
You got what you want. You got your reward. We would see brothers. As soon as brothers get ribs back in the day, bro got a rib.
Yeah.
2 months. Well, really 2 weeks. It'd be
Yeah.
2 weeks.
Two by two.
Listen, he's giving strong dates and time.
It's 2 weeks. I bet
It's a hard 2 weeks. Really, it's hard 2 weeks.
Listen, bro. I
Day
seen that.
13 and 14 is over.
Listen, Fredericksburg got rib came. No more work. No more class. Shalom. You just see shalom no more.
You
Walk
gave
by
me
the
a
cart.
code name. I went over my head. Don't tell me. Don't tell me. Don't tell me.
But I'm not saying anything.
You gave me a code. Like, who is Fredericksburg? Anyway, keep
Yeah,
going.
but I'm saying as far as this happens a lot. That's not just one time.
No.
All
There's
the
a
time.
pattern
All the time.
of when people get what they want. They say this. This is the magic statement of Israel. I can't find the motivation. I can't find the why now. Because our why was selfish.
Or they won't even say I can't find what those. I'm unhappy.
Yeah.
It's this, or the Most High will stretch out what they want and not give it to them, so they go in the world and they get it.
I gotta do something.
That's the
Yeah,
other.
but you know what they do? They get it, but they get a corrupted version
Yep.
of what the Most High would have gave them.
Yep.
Yeah.
So they get the corrupted version.
Yeah.
Then they still find out it wasn't what they wanted because they didn't let the Most High give it to them. It wasn't in faith.
Yep.
Yes.
So this is the thing. As you're reading with Jeremiah, you can tell he handled the additional captivity well, because after he got to where the head captains were, his favor changed immediately. That's how you know he handled it right. You can tell if a person handles their dip well based upon how long the dip lasts. If you see a person just got a constant, like that dark cloud, that Linus cloud on them, I don't know if you ever saw like Peanuts out. Where Linus, wherever Linus went out, it was raining and storming out. But it's a bright sunny day everywhere else out.
Everybody else.
Wherever he's going, it's storming out. Listen, it sounds funny, but I've seen brothers with dark clouds on them for months.
Years.
And it's like, wow, you got a dark cloud on you for a year. So those are people who don't accept the conditions the Most High's got them going through. Versus others, the Most High take them to a dip. And it's gonna hurt either way. But based on how well they handle it up top in their mind, how their perspective doesn't change, that dark cloud leaves quickly and they get a quick spiritual answer. So seeing how Jeremiah handled additional chains and slavery, you can see he handled it right. He accepted it in the right spirit based on how quickly the Most High took him out of this difficult condition. That's something to be conscious of. Okay? So, read verse 4 again. So, Nebuchadnezzar ends up talking to Jeremiah. Whether it was based on reports he's gotten, intel he's got, people, other captives, whatever the case is, he gets the word that Jeremiah was in order the whole time and was warning the people the whole time to serve the king of Babylon. So read verse 4 now.
Jeremiah chapter 40 and verse 4. And now, behold, I loose thee this day from the chains which were upon thy hand, if it seem good unto thee.
He says, I loose you from these chains, bro. You're free. And he says, you know what, if it's good to you, if you want this, read on.
If it seem good unto thee to come with me into Babylon, come, and I will look well unto thee.
He didn't promise just the fact that you're going to go to Babylon. He said, I'm gonna treat you right in Babylon. I'm going to take care of you in Babylon. You're not going to have to stress about anything. You're not going to have to want about anything. That's the kicker. You got comfort waiting for you. You have ease waiting for you. You get to get away from all this stress and pain and live out your life in comfort. Read on.
But if it seem ill unto thee to come with me into Babylon, forbear.
He says, but if you don't want to do that, if you don't want to come to Babylon, you don't got to. Don't worry about it. I'm going to give you the choice. But if you go to Babylon, you're going to live comfortable.
I'll look out.
I'm going to look after you. Think about this. They just, in Israel, got out of their difficult situation. So it was nothing but poverty. Everybody's hungry. There's limited supplies and food left. Do you think anybody was really gathering and harvesting at this time? Was the cultivating of land really going on during the besieging of Jerusalem and the conquering of all the surrounding cities in the area? Because it wasn't just Babylon, Jerusalem that got taken over. The surrounding farming cities got ransacked first. You think Nebuchadnezzar just went to Jerusalem and avoided all the cities around it? Lachish and all the cities around it got ransacked also. So, once again, for this X amount of month siege, what do you think the Babylonians were eating off of? I just want you to think about this. How were they eating? They were taking the fruits and vegetables and the food from the farming cities. They brought only so much supplies to start off their siege. But once you set your siege up, you're there for months. So you got to live off the land. Whose land are you living off of? You're living off the land of the people you're sieging. Why am I saying that? I'm trying to set the stage to understand if you stay in Jerusalem or you stay in the land of Israel, Jeremiah, there's going to be food scarcity. You're going to be exposed to foreign invaders. You're going to be weak. There's no protection out here in Jerusalem or in Israel. You can stay in Israel. Jerusalem's burnt. But the rest of the cities are exposed, isolated. There's no food. Listen, as I'm getting older and I counsel with different people, you know the fear as you get older? Who's going to look after me? Who's going to look after me? Who's going to take care of me? I'm limited in my scope of activity. There's only so much I can do physically. Who's going to look after me as I get to 65, 70 years old? That's a real damn question. Right? And this is what Jeremiah is asking himself as this captain is giving him options. He said, listen, man, you go to Babylon, I'm taking care of you. You be looked after. You ain't got nothing to worry about. You have my word. You stay here or stay in Israel. There's no leadership set up yet.
Figure it out.
There's no food. There's a scarcity of food. The cities are ransacked. There's just the poor There's just the weak. There's just the lonely. That's all that's here. You want to stay here and be isolated and be exposed to all these neighboring nations that want to destroy you? Or you want to go to comfort in Babylon? Okay? That's a real thing. At his age, in his 60s, once again, remember we talked about in class, I remember we talked about Damian, about prudence
Yeah.
and wisdom. And there was a big difference between prudence and wisdom.
It sounds the same, but it's not the same.
Man. Because prudence is a decision that makes sense. Wisdom is a decision that develops you. And a lot of people make the prudent choice, but not the wise choice.
The logical choice versus the spiritual.
Logical versus, but spiritual choice is the choice that establishes growth in yourself. Mm-hmm. Growth is, I'm cleaving to the Most High. I'm getting a greater understanding of how the Most High operates. Versus prudence, it makes sense. It's the road of less pain.
It's cautious.
It's less stressful.
Oh, yeah.
It's less strenuous. A lot of Israelites are prudent but not wise.
Difference.
There's a difference. The prudent decision would have been to go to Babylon. It's sensible. I get protection. The Most High told us. Listen, what was the prophecy that even Jeremiah said? Go and have children and set roots in Babylon. You'll be taken care of in Babylon. Didn't he say that?
70 years.
And then you'll come back. But he says you'll be taken care of in Babylon. Didn't he say that the ones who made it to Babylon would be protected?
Come.
That was what he said in Jeremiah 24. I think it was 24. He said, if you go to Babylon, you'll be protected. Stop fighting it. It'll be okay. So Jeremiah knew that. He understood that. So that was the prudent way. But the wise way is staying and dealing with his people and helping rebuild them and dealing with all of the chaos that comes from staying in a broken down, destroyed area. Because when you're in a broken down city, it is a huge what? Power vacuum. There's no Jerusalem. There's no strength. You're open and exposed to any rulers that might want to come in and claim that territory. Or any men in Israel that want to sit back and claim the throne. And you don't know how these men operate. You don't know how these men think. We're back in Judges' time now.
Yeah.
We're back in the time of Judges. You don't know where these guys' heads are at, how they think, how they operate, what their intentions are. Your whole life is open to, what do you call it? There's no guarantees anywhere.
It's the whims of feudalism.
Exactly.
Because when you deal with feudalism, you're dealing with multiple lords that are taking territories. What they call in Jake terms, big bank, take little bank. And whoever can get the most riders, the most warriors, the most resources, and play that. Or in modern times, you're watching TV. What's that show on Netflix? Like Dragon Wars, like that?
Game of Thrones.
What's that stuff? I don't watch this stuff enough. What is it?
I don't know what you mean.
The Lady with the Dragons.
Oh, Game of Thrones.
Game of Thrones.
Dragon Wars.
I'm sorry, bro. Dragon Wars.
Game of Thrones.
Game of Thrones, right?
Get that out of your head. Get that out of your head, man.
Game
Dragon
of
Wars,
Thrones, right?
get it out of your head.
That's the situation you're in. You're in a situation where it's people plotting to get resources, leverage, and power. So now we're reduced out of a structured government. Now it's just whoever has the wits.
Listen, and
not based on character.
And then as Jeremiah is deliberating on this, don't you think he could say, man, I've done enough? I've been teaching the Lord's word since I was 20.
What more do you want?
I was 20 years old. I've been ride or die 40 plus years. Mm-hmm. And I got a bad back. Got sciatica. My feet are jacked up.
It's been time to retire.
My neck is. My neck's got to be just holding that damn shackle on them day long. My body's on fire. Let me just go out gracefully. Don't you think that would have been the smart play for him to do? So read verse 4 again.
Jeremiah chapter 40 and verse 4. And now, behold, I loose thee this day from the chains which are upon thy hand. If it seem good unto thee to come with me into Babylon, come, and I will look well unto thee. But if it seem ill unto thee to come with me into Babylon, forbear. Behold, all the land is before thee. Whether it seemeth good and convenient for thee to go, thither go.
So he gave him two options: stay or go to Babylon and get taken care of, guaranteed. Read on.
Now while he was yet, it says, now while he was not yet gone back,
Meaning before he made his decision, before Jeremiah decided which direction to go. Read on.
he said, go back also to Gedaliah.
He says, if you do go back and stay out here in this land, you're going to be going to Gedaliah. Read on.
The son of Ahikam, the son of Shaphan, whom the king of Babylon had made governor over the cities of Judah.
And so listen, he says, if you stay back here, the grandson of Shaphan is going to be over the area. Now that grandson is something, well, the grandfather, Shaphan, is somebody that Jeremiah had connections and ties with. Because Shaphan, we're going to read in a second, Shaphan was the scribe during Josiah's reign. Remember, Shaphan was the guy that took the scriptures or the prophecies that was in the temple and read them to Josiah. And this is what influenced that second level of reform that Josiah brought to the table. But as Josiah was bringing that second level of reform, Jeremiah was in his 20s, riding with him, pushing the reforms. And then the son after Shaphan was Ahikam. And we're going to read also that Ahikam was the one that convinced the rest of the princes and scribes not to murder Jeremiah when he was checking them about their conduct. So Jeremiah is like, okay, Gedaliah is of good stock. He's of good seed. If I stay in Jerusalem or Israel, I know I got a good leader that's going to sit back here and try to establish the righteous ways for the people.
Yeah.
So that kind of gave Jeremiah a lot more clarity in his next decision. You know what I mean?
Come.
Okay, read on.
Come. It says,
Just read from the top.
come. Jeremiah chapter 40 and verse 5. Now while he was not yet gone back, he said, go back also to Gedaliah, the son of Ahikam, the son of Shaphan, whom the king of Babylon had made governor over the cities of Judah, and dwell with him among the people, or go wheresoever it seemeth convenient unto thee to go. So the captain of the guard gave him victuals and a reward, and let him go.
So listen, the captain gave him some food, gave him some supplies, and gave him a reward for his service. And then let him go. So, because obviously, Jeremiah chose to stay at home and not to go to Babylon. So, once again, Jeremiah is constantly making the decision that's not comfortable.
Mm-hmm.
Even when this could have been perceived as your reward and your retirement. He didn't take the retirement at age 60 plus.
Yeah.
That's amazing. How he didn't take the easy out even after 60. He stayed fighting. To be specific, fighting meant he kept living a life of faith. Like the sister said in the thread right here, the major fear is to get out of America to escape having to sit back here and depend on the Most High. That's really what this is about. If you stay in the States, you stay on this budget, you got to live by faith every day. If I go somewhere else, I stress less about money. I stress less about finances, but I also require less faith in the Heavenly Father every day. That's really what we're saying. Can we be comfortable living a life of faith? Or do we want to sit back here and operate and make decisions to where we don't have to stress and live by the blessings of the Heavenly Father day in and day out? That's the question that we all have to ask ourselves. Jeremiah made the choice, I'm going to live by faith. But Jeremiah lived by faith his whole life. This is why he was living by faith at age 20. A lot of us haven't really learned how to live by faith. The word faith is just academic.
Yeah.
We look at faith in terms of academia. You trust, you hope, you believe. That's just words, man, until your life is on the line every day. And you don't get blessed until totals come in. You get to the mall every day, it's zero. And sometimes it's 3 o'clock in the afternoon and it's zero.
Yeah.
And listen, and you know if you don't make 3, the camp don't eat. Or deliveries are slow. And we got to sit back here and do extra moves and we're really hoping that we get phone calls.
Yeah.
We're living off phone calls. If we don't get phone calls, well, guess what happens? If we don't get phone calls for moves, guess what happens? We don't eat. That is a form of living by faith. And one of the struggles that mankind operates is do I like living in a situation in my life where I can't control anything around me? Most of us choose the comfort because it's easier. We choose control. But Jeremiah didn't choose control. He knew Babylon was going to be protected for 70 years. He wasn't going to live to 130 years. Right?
Yeah.
So he was going to be guaranteed an out. He can live in peace, retire out, pass on, and still be a great, great prophet. Undisputed.
Well, you know, because Babylon was already an established kingdom.
Yeah.
It was already established. Plus, the invasion had already happened. So
and it was prophesied they weren't going to fall for 70 more years.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The invasion already happened, so
you do the math.
Good.
You do the math. You're good.
Yeah.
Even if you last for 30 more years,
you know,
that's still 40 more years apiece.
And keep in mind, Babylon wasn't poor either.
It was rich.
It was. Daniel said Babylon was the wealthiest kingdom out of that vision that he had in Daniel chapter 2. He said, you're the head of gold. Why? Because in Babylon, everything was made out of gold. It was really, truly a city of gold. Everything was made. They had when you look at Babylon, they had the 7 wonders of the world. One of them was in Babylon, which was the Hanging Gardens. Mm-hmm. The Hanging Gardens of Babylon is one of the 7 wonders of the world. Then you had the Ishtar Gate. Not that Jeremiah gave a damn about the Ishtar Gate.
The man with lion's feet, I think, in the wings.
Yeah, but it was a place beautiful in structure.
Yep.
It was a beautiful city in structure.
Yep.
They had gardens that was floating on top of they made gardens that grew above ground, 10 feet, 12 feet off the ground, like with big trees. It was beautiful. Babylon was beautiful. But it wasn't a place he chose to go because it was comfortable, it was beautiful, and it was a place to be admired. You know what I'm saying? He chose to struggle where people had to start over. Yeah. Because where he chose to live at, they had to still work for food. They had to still come up after being sieged and overthrown. They had to start over from the beginning. And that's where he chose to be at, to dwell at, in a place where there wasn't no comforts.
Yep.
The atmosphere wasn't already laid out and plush.
Yep, I want to pull a verse on that. Let's go to Ecclesiastes in the Bible. I'm going a little early with this, but I want to do this. Chapter 7, verse 2 through 4. And it lets you know the mindset of how all of us are supposed to operate, not just Jeremiah. So Ecclesiastes, chapter 7, verse 2 through 4.
Ecclesiastes, chapter 7. And verse 2, it says, it is better to go to the house of mourning than to go to the house of feasting.
And you know what? That's in with comfort versus discomfort. Yeah. It's better. It said it is better to go to the house of mourning than to go to the house of feasting. That's all the time. Think about that. It's better to be in a place and an environment where people are mourning, suffering, have problems. But what's the complaint with most Israelites? It's always the problems. It's always counsel. It's all people who need. Those people that are pulling and taking from you. There's too many needy people. Scripture says you're supposed to be around mourning and people who are mourning, going through problems, who are suffering, than people that are comfortable and in control.
Yeah.
This is the mindset that Jeremiah showed us. Why be in a place where people are comfortable and be around people who need counsel, who need edification, who need clarification,
You know our spiritual birth.
who need to get their spirit lifted up, who need clarity. Read on.
Con. It says, for that is the end of all men.
That's what we're all supposed to. That is the ultimate goal of where we're supposed to grow and develop as individuals. We all want to have fun and take breaks and look for ease, when in the contrary zone is to sit back here and embrace the suffering. Embrace being around people who need counsel and advice. That is the end of all men. That should be the goal that we all shoot for. Read on.
Con. And the living will lay it to his heart.
Mm-hmm.
Sorrow is better than laughter.
Dealing with sorrow is better than dealing with laughter. Working on problems and dealing with stress and dealing with the pain of people is better than laughter. And this is why, where it says the fruits of the Spirit is love, long suffering, the ability to deal with multiple people and their sorrows and their issues and their problems is how you abound in Christ. You can't abound in Christ unless you learn how to embrace dealing with the multiple house of mournings. But most of us can't get past the idea, why am I suffering so much? Why is life so hard? Why am I always stressed out? See how selfish that is? If you can't get past why you're so stressed, then you can't be around the house of mourning all the time. How are you going to be able to be prepared to deal with the house of mourning if you can't manage your own mourning? Your own sorrow. Read verse 2 from the top.
Ecclesiastes chapter 7 and verse 2. It is better to go to the house of mourning than to go to the house of feasting.
So Jeremiah understood, where can I be better suited at? Where people need to get rebuilt. He says the end of all men. Read on, just keep going.
Come. For that is the end of all men.
Listen, who wants to get to the kingdom? The answer, I was imagining, is everybody. Then why aren't y'all in the house of mourning? Why doesn't that matter? Why doesn't rebuilding and re-strengthening the man or woman next to you, why isn't that on the top of your list? Everybody wants the kingdom. Everybody wants the benefits of getting to the kingdom, but nobody wants to do the work. Didn't the scripture say that the harvest is plentiful, but the laborers are few? What does that mean? The harvest is the mourners, the sick, the weak. It is countless numbers of people who are sick and aren't guided right, who aren't mentally clear, who need counsel. There's only a handful of folks who want to take their responsibility to help fix those things. Yeah. All these scriptures tie in. Read on.
Come. And the living will lay it to his heart.
Listen, the living, the spiritual living will lay this to their heart. The people who are really living in Christ understand what this is about, what life is about. Life is about how well you serve your fellow brother or sister. How much you're committed to what they need. The problem is, our people love to pursue knowledge and wisdom, but they don't want to pursue being around the house of mourning. That is on the top of their priorities. Getting knowledge and getting smart is what matters to Israel.
Or freedom, liberty.
Yeah.
Liberty is very important to people.
It's liberty, or the ones amongst us want to be smart without the giving. The ones out there are committed to liberty. The ones here want to be sharp, but not lose nothing. That's the dilemma. We got more people in our arena who want to be wise, but not want to lose. People out there, they know what they want. Money, cars, clothes,
Yeah.
gals.
Yeah.
They make no
There's
No doubts
there's no doubts about
no
this.
conflict of interest.
Hey, I'm out in these streets getting it. Here we want to wear fringes and look smart and live our lives and be wise or be knowledgeable. But when it comes to be around the house in the morning, nah, pass.
Good.
I'm good. But he says the living lay this to heart. The spiritually awake and understand what it's about. Why are we putting our light under a bushel? Christ is giving you all these angles. The scriptures come together. Putting your light under a bushel is all your knowledge and experience. You keep it in your back pocket so you can look sharp.
So you can
And you
okay.
dispense it at your leisure
Yeah. Yeah.
to fuel your hubris and your ego. But when it comes to this being around the house in the morning, that means you know what being around the house in the morning, it's uncomfortable. You know, like you go to funerals out and it's sad. Everybody's down. Being around sadness all the time, it can wear on you.
And
If you're not in the book. Let me just finish this point. Being around mourning people, if you're not strong, their sadness will break you down.
That's true.
facts.
You ever like counsel somebody and you feel so bad for them? You want to look at that situation like it's effed up? And they listen, I have dealt with people, you counsel a brother or sister, and they leave that counsel worse off than when they went in. And they were trying to help somebody. I see it all the time, especially with young counselors. You get into a counsel, you try to help somebody, and that student or that person's sadness rubs off on you. And you got to be strong enough to shake off their sadness so you can be potent for the next person. That's why you study, though. That's why you read. You study, read, and commit. So when you give, their mourning and sadness doesn't change how you operate the next day or the next person. That's why you study. Remember I mentioned about our motivations and what we do? We first come in, we study to be smart and wise, be the smartest guy in the room. Then you realize that it's not about being the smartest guy in the room. It's about sitting back here and studying so you can provide the clearest answer to everyone in the room. To help pull off that spirit of mourning to everybody who needs it. For everybody who asks it. Read verse 3.
Ecclesiastes chapter 7 and verse 3. Sorrow is better than laughter. For by the sadness of the countenance of the heart is made better.
By the sadness of the countenance, the heart is made better. What does it mean? Listen, when I see sadness, when you see sadness, that's your indicator that they need help. And when you work on their spirit, then their heart is made better. That's what it's about. Everybody wants to get to the kingdom without fixing the problems of the people. What the hell are we getting this Bible for? Unless we're here to sit back and help develop people. But you got to be in the mud with the people to help pull them out of their issues.
The first thing they're going to say is, well, you're not going through what I'm going through.
Exactly.
So that they'll disqualify your counsel because they'll say you don't suffer like you're not losing like I'm losing. So you don't understand what I'm going through.
Yeah.
And our people love to use that. You don't understand. Well, I do understand because I'm poor like you're poor. I'm in the same situation you're in. Because when you're interconnected with people, you suffer like they suffer.
Yep.
And that's why the scriptures say in Isaiah 53 and 3. Read that real quick. Isaiah 53 and 3.
Isaiah chapter 53 and verse 3. He is despised and rejected of men.
That was a while ago.
Yeah. Go ahead.
A man of sorrows.
So that's why it says Christ was despised and rejected of men. Christ was a man of what?
Sorrows.
He was a man of sorrows. That's what made him a great leader. That's what made him a great counselor. That's what made him a great support. Because he was a man of sorrows. Read on.
And acquainted with grief.
He was well aware and familiar
What
with
loss is.
with grief.
Hell yeah.
So when you come to Christ talking about pain, he can feel you. I feel you. You know what I'm saying? I understand what you're going through.
Yeah.
Because he was well acquainted and very familiar with grief and loss and pain and suffering. So if you're acquainted with grief, you're able to help those that are also acquainted with grief.
Yep.
But if you refuse to go through any suffering or loss, you're not qualified to help people through their loss, because then your counsel will sound plastic.
Yep.
It'll sound artificial and fake.
Yep. No doubt.
You're just trying to give me some words, some
attaboys.
Yeah, some soft words, or some keep your head up words.
Keep your head up.
That's about as deep as it gets. Tupac counsels.
Yeah.
Just keep your head up. That's about as deep as you got. That's all you can give me right now.
Like
keep your head
Tupac,
up.
smile like.
Yeah.
Smile for me.
Yeah, smile for me. That's all you got.
Yeah.
You can listen to a hip hop song.
Smile because you black.
Yeah.
Smile for me now.
Because you're black.
That's it. Smile because you're black. That's all you got for me, Ike?
Yeah. That's it.
I don't know if you heard that song. It was horrible.
He said with a lot of passion.
He said, smile because you're black. That's all you're going to give me, Ike, over the suffering I'm going through, Ike?
Yeah. But people say they felt Tupac.
They felt it, Ike.
Only counts the head up.
That's the only counselor, right? He understand what I'm going through. Because my enemies.
Yeah.
But that's why Christ was way beyond any other counselor or leader, because he was acquainted with grief. Read on.
It says, and we hid as it were our faces from him.
It said, but we still despise Christ because we didn't recognize the value of having somebody there that did understand, that does understand what you're going through, that is acquainted and familiar with grief and pain and sorrow and suffering. Let that go.
Another one?
No, yeah. In Jerusalem, just on that point of Jeremiah choosing not to go to Babylon where he could have been comfortable.
Well, let me stick with that one point you had, then you go on that one.
Yeah.
Go to Hebrews 2 and 16 and 17. And then we jump back on your point. Because that's kind of like right off what you said in Isaiah.
Time.
Hebrews chapter 2, verse 16 and 17.
Come. Hebrews chapter 2 and verse 16. For verily, he took not on him the nature of angels.
This is Christ. When Christ came on earth, he didn't come as a spirit. He didn't sit back and come as an angel. He came as a regular man, as he's going to explain. Read on.
But he took on him the seed of Abraham.
Mm-hmm.
Wherefore, in all things, it behooved him to be made like unto his brethren.
And to be like his brethren, to be in that house of mourning, to understand what suffering is. If you don't understand what suffering is, if you're not acquainted and surrounded around suffering and mourning, how can you heal and teach mourners? You have to be in the mud in the morning with the people who are mourning. Read on.
That he might be a merciful and faithful high priest in things pertaining to the Most High.
The things pertaining to the Most High is you can have all the knowledge in the world. If you're not in the house of mourning with the people that you're supposed to teach, then you're disconnected. You're out the spirit.
You're detached from them.
You're detached and you really can't heal them. And this is why we as teachers are always hell-bent on the people that we have surrounded around our students. This is why. Because we fight our tails off to show men, hey, if you're going to lead and teach your people, you got to be in the midst of it.
Yep.
And if you're not, then, build a camp that's based upon whatever the hell mindset you got. But scripturally, we got to be in the house of mourning and be like the men that we teach. And be surrounded in their same circumstance. If we remove ourselves from that circumstance, then we detach ourselves from really the power of Christ.
Yeah.
You can have all the knowledge in the world, but the knowledge without the mourning, it don't hit the same.
Yeah.
It's just the facts. Read on.
Come. To make reconciliation for the sins of the people.
If you want to be justified and you want to really be able to reconcile the sins of the people, you got to be in the midst of the people. And that don't even guarantee them changing, because they weren't changing for Jeremiah either.
Yep.
But at least you're justified in the spirit by attempting to counsel and develop in the house of mourning in hopes that they'll change. But what does that mean for you? You got to be in the house of mourning too. You have to live in the house of mourning. Your life has to be surrounded around the house of mourning. You're like, I'm just going to visit the Poe house every once in a while and give these turkey sandwiches to the people.
Yeah.
That's cool, and I'm not knocking anybody who does that. But what he's telling us, you got to be in the midst of the issues with the people to help pull them out. This is why Christ was always around the sick.
You know, church leaders, they want to escape the projects just as bad as a basketball player
That's the
do.
point. Exactly that. You're right.
They want to hit the contract, hit the lick, get out the project,
And go to Chino like Snoop did.
Yeah.
Chino's a good side of town. What happened to the streets in the hood?
What happened to Long Beach?
Nah, he got the hell out of Long Beach with the Chino. Got the house out in the hills, right next to Chino.
Yeah.
Anyway, keep going. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
No, you're good.
No, okay, go to Luke chapter 11, verse 42.
That's all I want to do in that verse. But
Yeah,
Luke, what's it?
11 and 42.
Luke chapter 11 and verse 42. But woe unto you, Pharisees, for ye tithe mint and rue and all manner of herbs.
And this is the spirit that Yahushua was attacking, was that Pharisaic mind frame where you're detached from the suffering of the people.
Yep.
He said, you give the Most High tithe the Most High mint and rue. Rue is anise. It's little herbs, fennel.
Yep.
It's actually fennel seeds. Fennel seeds, look, this is crumbs. He said, you give the Most High crumbs for what you can give the Most High. You give them crumbs. Read on.
And pass over judgment.
He said, but you don't give the people the real deal.
The real situation.
You don't solve their problems. Meaning your leadership is lacking. Read.
And the love of the Most High.
He said you pass over judgment and what?
It says, and the love of the Most High.
The love of the Most High is, why don't you suffer with the people? Because that's what the Pharisees wouldn't do. They said, man, they asked Christ, why does your disciples eat with publicans and sinners? You know why they would ask that question? Because that's how they looked at the publicans and the sinners. As untouchable, as undesirable. I don't want to be in the suffering with y'all. Y'all not even worthy for me to touch.
Yep.
I wouldn't even touch y'all. I wouldn't be. Why are you eating and drinking with the publicans and sinners? Don't you know they're sinners?
Yep.
So what was the Pharisees missing? The love of the Most High. If you understand the love of the Most High, that means get off your high horse, get out of your seat of your position, and get down and dirty with the people, and be a counselor. Help them fix their situation from their standpoint, not your standpoint. Because our standpoint is a standpoint of comfort.
Because in comfort, even this is why we always talk about even psychology, and why psychology is flawed. Why is psychology flawed? I only see you once a week. I deal with you an hour a week, and I'm going to give you drugs and go about your business. I'm going to give you medication to numb you.
And we'll see how the drugs do.
We'll see how the drugs do, and you can talk to me for you can feel, we're going to BS talk for 15 minutes.
You're a psychiatrist.
We might deal with 45 minutes of real talk, and I'm going to dismiss you. And then, next week is a holiday, so I'll see you in 2 weeks.
Yeah.
That's what it is. Yeah.
That you have a right to feel the way.
That was why I talked to a youth minister or youth psychologist, and they said they were trained. You can't tell people that they're wrong. In psychology, you can't tell a person that they're wrong. You got to just kind of feed the path that they're on. Why am I saying that? Because you know what? That's how we operate. That's how teachers operate. I'm gonna give you a little boop-de-boop counsel, and off you go.
Yeah.
But you can't develop people unless you're in the thick of it with them day in and day out. When you see issues, you see flare-ups, you see the weirdness come out.
Yeah.
When the weirdo, you can't counsel the weirdo until you're there when the weirdo pops out.
You got to work with the
Because the weirdo don't show up. Listen, the weirdo knows how to dress up the right way and hide the weirdo.
Everything's good.
Everything's good like this.
Everything's
This
well.
is not the time for the weirdo to come out. So we're going to play it cool.
Be cool.
It's the truth. The weirdo comes out at the most... Was that, sis? Yeah, when you least expect it. Ah! Then you're like, damn. It's here now. The nigga's here. The nigga is here. And now we got to deal with it. And it's It's like 11:30 at night. The nigga's here and he's not going nowhere. But that's when you got to deal with the problem.
Yes.
Not at noon when he's here.
Yeah.
We call it the werewolf sometimes.
Oh, with the wolf. Listen, the wolf doesn't come out from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Wolf comes out later, act. The fangs come out.
Yeah, get away from me.
Yeah.
The ears are kind of coming out. You better get out of here. You better get out of here. You better get out of here.
The ears are getting real like.
The nose are tear. Get out of here. I didn't told you. Get out of here.
Look at his hands. Like you see those nails starting to get crazy.
I told you. Get out of here. That's when you got to counsel. But the problem is you got to be around the brothers when it happens. You got to be around the body all the time. You got to get out of here, right? You got to get out of here, right? You got to get out of here, right? Seriously, yeah. But when that wolf comes out, it'll have a rhyme or reason, right? This is why you got to be around the body all the time, right? If you're around the morning, then all the outbursts comes at the craziest times of the day. And that's when you got to apply the medicine. And we don't understand it that way, right? This is what it is, huh? You had to point out to the werewolf conversation.
No. That was all part. That's all part of
We're talking about the wolf, huh?
that. You got it. That's why the Pharisees were detached from the people.
Yes.
Because they didn't want to. They didn't want to live or be amongst them because their mentality was, y'all are filthy.
Yeah.
Why would I even eat with y'all? Why would I even drink with y'all?
Yep.
Y'all filthy. But Christ was different because he was one with the people in their suffering.
And you know what Christ understood? I have to lose my life so that others can benefit.
Yep.
That was it don't get no deeper than that. The Pharisees didn't want to have to deal with this BS. You can't live your life the way you want to live it and heal the sick at the same time. You just can't do it. You can't tap into your hobbies and your passions and the things you want to deal with. You gotta be in the midst with the psychosis of Israel.
And you got to be on call.
Yep.
Like a doctor with a pager.
Yep.
You got to be ready to go back to work. Sometimes you got to go to work at 3 a.m.
That white man, when he gets that pager, he can't just mute that shit out.
Yeah.
He got to pick it up because he knows his job's on the line.
You got to deliver. You got to deliver babies at 3 a.m.
Yep.
Babies don't come when you want them to come.
Yeah.
Yep.
They come at different times.
It's the truth. Yes, sir.
We used to lose the on-call phone on purpose because we get calls for electrical outages,
Mhm.
food and all that stuff
Mhm.
like that. So sometimes we would literally just lose the phone on purpose because it was bad. Bluebell ice cream, all that. The freezer shut down. I had to go salvage the food and all that. I was like, bro, it's 2:30.
Wow.
It's 2:30 a.m.
So you were a bad worker then, right? You were an example of what not to do. You're saying everybody did it. I know. You're saying what everybody
I
did.
was 21 years old. I was young.
But you were a bad worker, though. You didn't want to say I was a bad worker. It was still a bad worker.
I was.
A lot of people
Y'all
were.
was.
Okay, let's keep going, man. You finished with your Luke's verse?
Yeah.
Verse? That was a great verse. Let's continue. Let's go back to Ecclesiastes 7 and verse 24. Ecclesiastes. I'm gonna need somebody else to read because Kariah has to go to the zone. Let's just switch you in. Naga. I got it. Let's go.
Nagaha, Shah Shabbatah, Ban Shemai Wan, Ban Yashala.
Nagaha, Shah Shabbatah, Ban Shemai Wan, Ban Yashala. Imagine. What? Yahweh Ban Shemai Shabbatah.
Yahweh Bashem Yahweh Shab Rakatham.
What's wrong with this man?
Oh, no.
No, it's normally just fine. This one listens better than the other one most of the time. You put it over there. You got to put it right.
Yeah, it's all right.
Okay, so verse 4, sir.
Ecclesiastes chapter 7, verse 4. The heart of the wise is in the house of mourning.
Now we understand the prudent man wouldn't be in the house of mourning.
It's not wise, quote unquote.
It doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
The wise person is going to be in the house of mourning because that wise individual is about the spiritual lesson. We went into that prudence and wisdom difference. The person that's about getting the spiritual lesson is always in the house of mourning. The person that's about what makes practical sense isn't going to be in the house of mourning. They're going to be in the house of comfort. And it's really about, the issue is about convenience versus inconvenience. It's not even about the law. This isn't about right, wrong, wickedness, evil. Or it is, but it's about selfishness and selflessness and the varying degrees of that. But it's not about a literal law. This is why what Christ taught transcended the law. Because you can sit back and follow the letter of the law and still be selfish. And that's what the Pharisees were. A lot of Israelites on the letter of the law, they're on point. But I'm selfish as hell. Because when it comes to losing for the sick, I pass. I'll stay in my comfort zone and live my life, but I'm following the law. And this is how Christ pulled those type of individuals and made their life miserable, and that's why they wanted Christ dead. Because he exposed all men, not just the weak in the morning.
The obvious weak.
Yeah. Read on.
Ecclesiastes 7:4. The heart of the wise is in the house of mourning, but the heart of fools is in the house of mirth.
Exactly. The fool, the negative person, the selfish person is going to be in that house of mirth, fun, comfort. I'm always going to be around my peers, having good times. But what matters is, can somebody, for the sick, they need more attention. Anyway, let that go. And let's go back to Jeremiah 40, verse 5 and 6. I think we're at verse 6 now. Then we're going to jump and explain Shaphan real quick and then get back on topic.
Jeremiah chapter 40, verse 6.
Yeah.
Then went Jeremiah unto Gedaliah, the son of Ahikam, to Mizpah, and dwelt with him among the people that were left in the land.
Okay, so let's go real quick to a series of verses that kind of go into Shaphan's genealogy real quick. Let's do 2 Chronicles. I don't want to read the whole chapter because it's a lot. 34, verse 1 through 3, then 7 through 8. Oops. Yeah.
2 Chronicles chapter 34, verse 1.
Let's read that, sir. Yes.
Josiah was 8 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned in Jerusalem 31 years. And he did that which was right in the sight of the Most High, and walked in the ways of David his father, and declined neither to the right hand nor to the left.
Okay, read on.
For in the 8th year of his reign, while he was yet young, he began to seek after the power of David his father.
So when he was 16, he started studying the scriptures and following the law. Read on.
And in the 12th year, he began to purge Judah and Jerusalem from the high places.
So when he was 20, he established a movement. After 4 years of getting taught, he established trying to break down the groves and the idolatry in Israel. Read on.
And the groves and the carved images and the molten images.
Okay, so now jump to verse 7.
Verse 7. And when he had broken down the altars and the groves, he had beaten the graven images into powder, and cut down all the idols throughout all the land of Israel. He returned to Jerusalem. Now in the 18th year of his reign, when he had purged the land and the house, he sent Shaphan, the son of Azaliah, and Masaiah, the governor of the city, and Joah, the son of Joahaz, the recorder, to repair the house of the Most High, his power.
So Shaphan was already operating under Josiah's reign, and he was a governor of the city, so he had rank and position, and he was a leader of the nation, and he was well known, he was respected, and he was God-fearing. Okay, read on. Did you finish verse 8 yet?
I did.
Also, and their job was to repair the house of the Most High. Shaphan's and Joah. Okay, so they were obviously godly men for Josiah to choose them after he had broken down all the idolatry worship in northern and the southern kingdom. So this guy was about the Most High from the beginning. There's more to it, but I don't want to focus too much time on that. Let's go to Jeremiah 26 and verse 24.
Jeremiah chapter 26, verse 24.
Yeah.
Nevertheless, the hand of Ahikam, the son of Shaphan.
Now listen. Now we're in the heart of the time when Jeremiah was teaching during Jehoiakim's time. Okay? So read verse 24. This is at that time. Read that.
Verse 24. Nevertheless, the hand of Ahikam, the son of Shaphan, was with Jeremiah, that they should not give him into the hand of the people to put him to death.
So Shaphan's son was a righteous man too. Even though Ahikam was around a bunch of wicked people that wanted Jeremiah dead, Ahikam kind of used logic and wisdom and common sense to back these guys from murdering Jeremiah. Okay? So I just used those two concepts to let you know that Ahikam was the father of Gedaliah. And Gedaliah was that righteous man too that was commissioned to keep the people that were remaining in the city in order, in line. Make sure you listen, after this harvest is done, let's get our harvest up, work the land, work the field, make sure the Babylonians are taken care of, give them their cut, we get the rest, and we live in peace. Okay? That was the condition set forth. So we're going to do that and let that go and go to Josephus, book 10, chapter 9, paragraph 1, to kind of give that aspect of it also. Josephus, book 10,
chapter 9,
paragraph 1.
page 277.
Josephus 10,
276.
9, 1. Let's read that.
Josephus, book 10, chapter 9, paragraph 1, page 276.
Okay.
Now the general of the army, Nebuzaradan, when he had carried the people of the Jews into captivity, left the poor and those that had deserted in the country and made one.
Meaning everybody had left during the siege. Now they start trickling back after Babylon was leaving. A lot of people left and ran. Read on.
Whose name was Gedaliah, the son of Ahikam, a person of a noble family.
A noble and a righteous family. There was a lot of noble families that were wicked. This noble family was righteous. Read on.
Their governor, which Gedaliah was of a gentle and righteous disposition.
Just like his father and grandfather. Read on.
He also commanded them that they should cultivate the ground and pay an appointed tribute to the king.
That was the goal. The poor that was remaining had to work on their farming abilities to make sure Babylon had product and produce all throughout the year. Read on.
He also took Jeremiah the prophet out of prison and would have persuaded him to go along with him to Babylon, for that he had been enjoined by the king to supply him with whatsoever he wanted.
So listen, that's cool, but the scriptures told you that he was in chains to Rimlah, then or Ribnah, one of them cities, and then
Ramah.
Then he was offered that out. Read on.
And if he did not like to do so, he desired him to inform him where he resolved to dwell, that he might signify the same to the king. But the prophet had no mind to follow him, nor to dwell anywhere else, but would gladly live in the ruins of his country.
You said gladly is the most important part of that sentence.
Yes. Not
Gladly
live in the
because you can
remains.
help the sick, but you're gonna be pissed at the sick.
And be mad at the Most High that you're in this condition.
Yeah.
It just shows you the disposition of a truly righteous man. You're not just in the house of mourning, but you're okay within this situation. Because the thing is this, it ain't like we're in miserable positions because we just want to be.
Yeah.
Or we can't get out of our situation and we were independent.
Can't get right.
Listen, I can put money on the fact that if brothers had that. If brothers chose, we could individually succeed too.
Brothers be okay.
Yeah, but it's not about individually succeeding. It's about taking that step back for the body. So, read that.
Come on.
Just read the but the prophet part.
Come on. But the prophet, line 157. But the prophet had no mind to follow him, nor to dwell anywhere else, but would gladly live in the ruins of his country, and in the miserable remains of it.
Not just, I'm going to be in a miserable, broken down condition.
You know,
this is reconstruction. Listen, the cities are torn down.
It's over.
Well, it's not over. It's just tough.
That's how it looks.
Listen, you know why it's over? Because you're 63 years old, and you got to get some wood. You got to get a shovel. You got to get some hammers and nails, bro.
I enjoyed none of my life. The best of my life was when I was a baby. And a kid. This was sad. This is a sad nigga thought. The best of my life.
I'm gonna say this.
These are real thoughts.
Look, you got to paint it a better way, man. You don't even know what you were doing when you was a baby. What was how you living when you was a baby? You didn't even know. You were a baby. You don't remember that stuff.
Some people feel in their minds the best of my days were behind me in my youth.
Well, that's true.
That's
or a person to say, I gave the best of my life for the Most High for ungrateful people.
Yeah.
That's easy to sit back here and say. I gave my prime.
I went through the era.
For unappreciative, rebellious, rock-headed people.
That aren't here anymore.
I didn't say thank you.
That aren't here. Listen, if you get
they've been gone.
The new people show up and like, who are you?
Your prime 20s, your dirty 30s is gone for the Jews.
And you're like,
now you're in your 40s.
The thing is, who can relate to all of your good works?
Nobody.
Because no one can see your previous good work. They see you day one. They're brand new. Who are you?
You're the jailbird. You're the jailbird that was in jail.
Yeah.
But he's 60-something years old,
right.
and he had to help rebuild houses out.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't got a place to stay.
Yeah.
There's no homes. The whole place is just miserable. It's ransacked home. It's like Gaza. Yeah. Can you imagine 60 years old and in Gaza when the war ends?
No running water.
Brother, and you got to sit back and get him to rebuild. I'm just thinking about when it's over. If it's not the beginning of the end. If it's not. Say, for instance, the rebuild of Gaza. Ain't nobody bringing money to that damn place, right? You're in huts and tents, bro. You ever see those before and after pictures, those aerial views of Gaza? Before and after? It's all like stone, bro. It's just
rubble.
Stone and rubble on the ground. And rebar. Where are they living? Listen, there's 2 million people, right? It's only like 30 miles north to south. The Israelis said, listen, man, go south. Okay? There's 15 miles of space for 2 million people with no water and electricity. Where are you living? You're outside in the winter. And that arthritis is kicking in.
Yeah.
That bad back is kicking in. I know now, if I don't sleep in an optimal position, I'm catching hell in the morning.
Word.
If I don't sleep right, it's over, bro. And that cold getting your back, shit, I'm serious. If y'all don't know, when that cold hits your back, it's something not. And then the bones start aching and you're moving all slow. And you get about the bed and your feet feel all weird out. It takes you like a minute or two before you get the blood circulating back in your feet. I don't know about y'all. This is real, G. Listen, for those, if you know, you know. If you don't, you won't know. It's coming. It is a coming. I promise you that. And just imagine, you don't got no bed, you don't got no comfort. And this is Jeremiah having to start over, bro. And he chose to start over. It ain't like he didn't see. He saw where the cities were. He saw how they looked. He walked 30 miles to our whole countryside. He saw it. You gonna be on rebuild mode? That's the worst. I'm trying to bring it down to reality and not just read like a damn novel. No, like it's standards. And Jeremiah did this. And Jeremiah did that. You ain't getting nothing out of it. You got to see what's really happening so you can understand what real suffering is and what real humility is. And he chose it. Anyway, man, keep going. So he chose the miserable remains of his homeland. Read on.
but would gladly live in the ruins of his country and in the miserable remains of it. When the general understood what his purpose was, he enjoined Gedaliah, whom he left behind, to take all possible care of him.
Then he told Gedaliah, listen, man, take care of him, look after him. Read on.
And to supply him with whatsoever he wanted.
But that's limited. What do they have in excess? There wasn't any excess anyway. So give him everything he wants. Like, okay, sir, done. Out of 5 fruits, I'll give him a half one too. Well, what else are you going to get? He's on rations. Everybody's on rations. Read on.
So,
You're going to read those rations because when another man comes in and invades, the only reason certain guys were saved is says, I know where the extra fruits and vegetables is. Don't kill me. And he said, okay, we won't kill you because you know
Don't
where the
kill
extra food is. That means there wasn't a whole lot of food out there. Think about it. I'm serious. So my thing is this. They already were coming from just eating a slice of bread a day to no food. Think about this. He wasn't eating any food. He went from starvation to walking 30, 40 miles. There was no food, no water. That's why Zedekiah ran for the hills, tried to get the hell out of there.
I'm not gonna live like this.
I'm getting the hell out of here. There was no food and water. You go from that, the building gets ransacked, and you get put in chains and walk 30, 40 miles out. There's no food. These were truly great men. That's all I can say. We would have cracked on 1 or 2 of those losses. Let's keep going.
to take all possible care of him and to supply him with whatsoever he wanted. So when he had given him rich presents, he dismissed him. Line 158.
No, well, yeah. Yeah, keep going.
Oh. Accordingly, Jeremiah abode in a city of that country, which was called Mizpah. And
Now, Mizpah is on the map. Mizpah is above Ramah and above Jerusalem. So Mizpah is up in Israel, up in the Israel land, not down the south. It's a little bit further up. Matter of fact, let me take it back. Mizpah is in the land of Benjamin. Mizpah is in the land of Benjamin, so it's still in the southern kingdom. But it's not big difference between the north and the south. But Mizpah is in the land of Benjamin. Jerusalem's in where Judah is, okay? Let's keep going.
and desired of Nebuzaradan that he would set at liberty his disciple Baruch, the son of Neriah, one of a very eminent family and exceeding skillful in the language of his country.
So what Jeremiah did ask is, listen, can you bring Baruch from Babylon down here? And the question is, how did he know how did he know that Baruch wanted to go back down to Jerusalem?
He didn't know.
Baruch was in Babylon. Baruch was in Babylon chilling, drinking Mai Tais and eating fruit. I don't know. I'm just throwing out there. I can't say he was eating those fruity beverages like
Yeah.
with a little fruit on top of it.
Babylonian spritzers.
Yeah. Exactly. I don't know what the hell was happening. But listen, he was in Babylon living his life out. How do I know? Go to Baruch chapter 1, verse 1 through 3. That's real. Like he said, go ahead and bring Baruch downtown for me.
Baruch might have been comfortable.
I know that. I'm like, damn, how did he know Baruch wanted to go back to Jerusalem? In war-torn Jerusalem. I bring him to Beirut. That's what I want him to be in Beirut. Beirut, remember, when he said Beirut, you saw war-torn, destroyed country. I mean, you saw the Beirut news out.
Yep.
It was always rubble and rocks and just destruction. Anyway, that's what I'm visiting Jerusalem about. But read that, Baruch 1 and 1.
Baruch chapter 1, verse 1, page 102, red book.
Red book?
Yeah, just for those who-
I know, I'm just... Yeah, read that.
Baruch chapter 1, verse 1. And these are the words of the book which Baruch the son of Neriah,
So Neriah, read on.
the son of Maasaias, the son of Sedecias,
All those S to the inner H's, really. Read on.
the son of Asadias, the son of Kelkias, wrote in Babylon.
He wrote this in Babylon. So Baruch was in Babylon. So whether Baruch was in Babylon at this time and went back to Jerusalem, and Jeremiah negotiated him to not be a captive to go back to Babylon, or he was in Babylon and he requested the captain in Babylon to bring him back down to Jerusalem. I can't specifically guarantee. I don't know which one is what it is. But what I do know is he was in Babylon and he was requested to come back down to Jerusalem. Okay? Read on.
Verse 2. In the 5th year, and in the 7th day of the month, what time as the Chaldeans took Jerusalem and burned it with fire.
Mm-hmm.
And Baruch did read the words of this book in the hearing of Jeconiah, the son of Jehoiachin, king of Judah.
So you know what? This is obviously he was in Babylon. But he says when the Chaldeans took Jerusalem, he was in Babylon and he was rehearsing this information to Jeconiah when he was in jail. Or Jeconiah. Jeconiah is Jeconiah. Jeconiah was 18 years old when he was king of Israel after his father Jehoiakim died. And he got put in the clinker at 18. And he was in jail. And Baruch is dropping his information on Jeconiah while he was in prison in Babylon. Read on.
The son of Jehoiachin, king of Judah, and in the ears of all the people that came to hear the book.
Okay, so yes, that's all I want Baruch. But I just want to prove that Baruch was in Babylon when Jerusalem fell. Okay, so Jeremiah asked to bring Baruch back down to Jerusalem or to Israel and get some of this additional suffering.
That new,
He'll get this new suffering.
the good life.
He said, bring him down on horse, bring him on that gnat, and bring him back down here to get a feel of what this real suffering is. So I'm not going to be a lone sufferer. I need a brother out here. I'm just adding things. I don't know about that part. But he did bring him down. Okay? So that's a real thing. I'm just imagining, man, Jerusalem is hell at this time. Man. Israel is hell. It is hell. So we're going to let this go and go back to Jeremiah now. Chapter 40. We're going to go from verse 7 to verse 12. I'm flying, bro.
Jeremiah chapter 40 and verse 7.
Yep.
Now when all the captains of the forces which were in the fields, even they and their men, heard that the king of Babylon had made Gedaliah the son of Ahikam governor in the land, he had committed unto him men and women and children, and of the poor of the land, of them that were not carried away captive to Babylon.
It lets you know all of these scattered people that left, they had to find protection under captains and military captains.
So scattered people had to find under some kind of
All these scattered people were lined up and connected with some type of military presence to protect them. It lets you know that if you don't have any kind of military grouping,
A camp structure.
you're going to get isolated and exposed by these warring people, these warring Bedouin tribes. These warring nations would have been taking them. So you weren't going to sit back here and it'll be like The Walking Dead, where it's just you and 2 or 3 people walking out here in damn Tennessee thinking everything's going to be okay. You had to have a crew and a camp of a combination of captains and military personnel, soldiers, and people and civilians to protect you.
That's like Venezuela right now.
Yeah.
Like present day Venezuela. They say because there's no toilet paper, there's no cooking oil. You know, you gotta go out. The police don't even come out in the daytime. I mean, in the nighttime, they only come out in the daytime. And they say that in Venezuela, even if you're in a group of 10 to 15, you still get mobbed and raided, and you still get pillaged.
Are you serious?
You have to be in a group of 50 or more to really protect yourself. You got to roll in a group of 50 or 50 plus, because even 10 or 15 is not enough in Venezuela, because it's every man for himself.
Right.
And that's present day now. That's 2023.
And that's that Mad Max stuff. But that was happening back here.
Mm-hmm.
When Jerusalem fell and the structure fell, it was everybody for themselves. So it was packs of individuals that had to roam and navigate through this whole situation. It's crazy. So when all these different captains and different groups of people that had split it into groups of 20 and 30 and 40 and 50, they came together and heard Gedaliah, which was an honorable man, was given commission to get back over the affairs of the Jews. They were comfortable enough to kind of reassemble back in Israel. Now, it was in the land of Benjamin, but it was still better than nothing. Let's continue.
Verse 8.
Yep.
Then they came to Gedaliah to Mizpah, even Ishmael, the son of Nethaniah, the son of Johanan, and Jonathan, the sons of Kara, and Seraiah, the son of Tanhumeth, and the sons of Ephi, the Netophathite.
Stop. So when you get all those different names, it's letting you know he is from a princely royal line. Ishmael was still of one of the royal bloodlines, specifically of the Davidic royal line. Ishmael was. Okay? But he had left.
Not Ishmael, Abraham's son.
No, hell no.
Yeah.
This Ishmael was a Judite. His name was Ishmael, and he had got out with a band of people, and when they hear that Gedaliah was chosen to lead, him and his men came down to visit and meet them. Read on. And it says, and Jezaniah, the son of Maachathite, yeah?
And Jezaniah, the son of Maachathite, they and their men.
Okay.
And Gedaliah, the son of Ahiakam, the son of Shaphan, swear unto them and to their men, saying, Fear not to serve the Chaldeans. Dwell in the land and serve the king of Babylon, and it should be well with you.
He was teaching and saying the same thing that Jeremiah said. Just serve, give your portion up, and there'll be peace. We're going to read later that the Babylonians still left certain Babylonian guards out in Jerusalem or out in Mizpah to look after Gedaliah and the people. So they had a little military outpost to keep the people protected. Read on.
Verse 10. As for me, behold, I will dwell at Mizpah to serve the Chaldeans.
This is what Gedaliah was saying. I'm going to be in Mizpah in Benjamin, and I'm going to serve the Chaldeans. Follow my example. Read on.
To serve the Chaldeans, which will come unto us. But ye, gather ye wine and summer fruits and oil, and put them in your vessels, and dwell in your cities that ye have taken.
He's like, take whatever's left of these portions of the fruits and vegetables that's still left before this harvest, get it now, and dwell in your cities, and hold it down. What they were saying is you guys can choose the cities you want and the dwellings you want. Just serve the king of Babylon by giving that man his portion, and everything's going to be okay. Read on.
Verse 11. Likewise, when all the Jews were in Moab,
he says, all the Jews that were in Moab. So a lot of Jews fled to Moab during this diaspora. What's going to also let you know is a lot of Jews went from Moab and kept going east. And a lot of Moabites that were in Moab went east too. That's a little something to think about down the line. But not all the Jews in Moab went back. Some Jews in the Moab and kept going east. And that's where a lot of your Hebrews that ventured eastward, that's where it started. Okay? What it's letting you know, there was a lot of different people that were just bouncing and splitting and leaving, and this before Babylon took them out. And it's something to be conscious of. So read verse 11 again.
Verse 11. Likewise, when all the Jews that were in Moab and among the Ammonites and in Edom.
Judah was everywhere getting the hell out of Dodge. Judah and Benjamin was getting the hell out of Israel. And then when they started hearing that, hey, there's peace and safety, then they started coming back. A lot of them did. A lot of them didn't. Okay? Read on. That's how you got to look at it. Read on.
And that were in all the countries, heard that the king of Babylon had left a remnant of Judah, and that he had set over them Gedaliah, the son of Ahiakam.
He was an honorable man, so they were comfortable enough to make that transition back to Israel. Read on.
The son of Shaphan, even all the Jews returned out of all places whither they were driven.
Yep.
And came to the land of Judah, to Gedaliah, unto Mizpah, and gathered wine and summer fruits very much.
They gathered all they could to kind of have kind of a storehouse to sustain them through the winter months. Because I'm not mistaken, I think you might have went over this, Shamshawan. Everything fell apart in July, August. Is when everything fell. They fell in July, August, so they had to get prepared for the winter. Okay? So they had to get all the summer fruits and vegetables they can to get ready for the cold season. Because once that was done, there was no more harvesting. So they were trying to sit back and harvest everything they could, whatever was left, to hunker down and get ready for this next season coming through. So hold this, and I'm going to go to Josephus now and give me a paragraph 2. So it's 10:9 and 2.
Book 10, chapter 9, paragraph 2, page 277.
Yep.
When Nebuzaradan had done thus, he made haste to Babylon. But as to those that fled away during the siege of Jerusalem and had been scattered over the country, when they heard that the Babylonians were gone away and had left a remnant in the land of Jerusalem, and those such as were to cultivate the same, they came together from all parts to Gedaliah to Mizpah. Now the rulers that were over them were Johanan the son of Kareah, and Jezaniah, and Seraiah, and others beside them. Now there was of the royal family one Ishmael, a wicked man, and very crafty, who during the siege of Jerusalem fled to Baalis, king of the Ammonites, and abode with him during that time.
So this is what happened. This prince ran. He was crafty. He figured out a way out before. I don't know if he left in between sieges. Because remember, the Babylon sieged them. Then they left the siege and went down to fight the Egyptians. So more than likely, he got out then. Okay, now they dimed out Jeremiah. Remember, Jeremiah just went back to Benjamin, and they said he was escaping, and they put him back in jail in Benjamin. This guy, Ishmael, found a crafty way to get out of Dodge and leave. And I'm assuming a lot of people did in between that time. And so a lot of the numbers went down in Jerusalem because of this. So he lined himself in league with the king of Ammon. His name was Baalis, and he stayed there until the heat died down. Read on.
Line 161. And Gedaliah persuaded them, now they were there, to stay with him and to have no fear of the Babylonians, for that if they would cultivate the country, they should suffer no harm. This he assured them of by oath, and said that they should have him for their patron.
I'm going to be the middleman. I'm not your king. I'm just your middleman. They chose me to sit back here and be a manager. I'm going to manage the situation. I'm not going to exercise lordship over you. We just got to sit back here and take this portion of fruits and vegetables and summer fruits and shoot it to Babylon, and everybody can live their life in peace until everybody comes back 70 years from now. Read on.
And if any disturbance should arise, they should find him ready to defend them.
And he's like, listen, if any invaders come in, let me know, and I'll sit back here and look after. I'll find a way to communicate with princes in Babylon, and I'll get some help down here for us. Read on.
He also advised them to dwell in any city, as every one of them pleased, and that they would send men along with his own servants, and rebuild their houses upon the old foundations and dwell there. And he admonished them beforehand that they should make preparation while the season lasted of corn and wine and oil, that they might have whereon to feed during the winter.
And that's what he's saying. He says that the harvest is coming. Get what you can to get through the winter. Just said that earlier. Read on.
When he had thus discoursed to them, he dismissed them, that everyone might dwell in what part of the country he pleased.
So you can pick the cities you want. Now listen, you can pick the cities. You can't live in the farmland. The farmland was what? Was the territory of the people that had been sent out. You couldn't buy or sell in the land. You can buy or sell in the city, but you couldn't buy or sell the land that was given to the people. So they said, pick the city you want to live. Now you can sit back and graze off the vegetables of the land where everybody was gone, but you couldn't take that property. Just kind of want to paint that situation out so there's no confusion.
Because that was part of the inheritance of Israel.
Exactly. So you couldn't take the inheritance, but you could take the fruits and vegetables where nobody's living there, and you could probably cultivate the land while living in the city. Okay. And anyway, the poor, those are the ones, the poor and the farmers were there anyway. That was the only ones that was left there anyway. Let that go. And then we're going to go now to Jeremiah chapter 40, verse 13 through 16.
Jeremiah chapter 40, verse 13.
Yep.
Moreover, Johanan, the son of Kareah, And all the captains of the forces that were in the fields came to Gedaliah to Mizpah, and said unto them, Dost thou certainly know that Baalis, the king of the Ammonites, hath sent Ishmael, the son of Nethaniah, to slay thee?
So listen, Johanan and Ishmael were two figures, like I said earlier, that were going to be clashing with each other. Ishmael was of the seed royal of the line of David, and Jehohanan was another man, but he got word of this intricate plot to take out Gedaliah. Now listen, man, did you hear that Ishmael is going to sit back here and take you out?
Yeah.
That he's conspiring with the king of Ammon, because more than likely the king of Ammon wanted some of that land. I mentioned earlier about a power vacuum being pulled away from Jerusalem. So Ammon wanted a piece of the pie, and he was going to finance Ishmael to take the land over and have some kind of a
Puppet government.
vassalship. Yep, puppet government, vassalship with Ishmael over the land where he can get control of it. People are always vying for power and control. So Ammon wanted a piece of that territory and land. Okay? But Johanan caught wind of it, and now he's bringing it to Gedaliah. Read on.
But Gedaliah the son of Ahikam believed them not.
Now listen, I'm going to say this. But read on. So Gedaliah didn't believe him. He didn't think that Ishmael was out to get him. Read on.
Verse 15. Then Jehohanan the son of Kareah spake to Gedaliah in Mizpah secretly, saying, Let me go.
He said, hey, let me talk to you real quick. He said, listen, I'm going to get him. You don't got to know how I'm going to get him. You don't got to worry about it, but I'm going to get him, and I'm going to get this guy out of your way. I know you ain't built for this murder situation.
You ain't built like that.
You ain't built for this murder thing, but I'm built for this murder game. You don't got to know the details, but this guy's out of here, and you ain't got to worry about it. Listen, sometimes you need a goon like that on your side, but that's another story. Listen, back in rookie symposiums, there was a guy named Chris Carter would sit back here and talk to the athletes, and he told him in a speech. This is symposiums. He talked to all the rookie players. He told all the rookie players, you gotta have a guy that's willing to sit down in jail for you, man. He said, with your posse and your crew, you want to go out, you want to have fun. He said, cool, but you gotta have a guy that's willing to take some shots for you, man, and sit down for you. And he got fired that year. But he was looking after him.
You need to shine out.
He said you got to have a dude who's going to sit down for you, who don't mind sitting down in jail, doing 5 to 10 years for the sake of your life you living, and you just kick him down bread, put money in his books, take care of his people and his kids, and that's it. Has any of y'all seen The Wire, That's what they was doing with him, The killers, the hitters, they just took care of their wives and kids. It's okay. You sit down for 30 years, but I got you for the rest of your life. It is I agree. I'm not sitting down for no other nigga, but you know what? Some dudes is. But listen, but Chris Carter said, listen, that was what his name was. Chris Carter said, man, you need a fall guy. Everybody needs a fall guy in your position because you're going to always be a target. Have a fall guy or two on your payroll. And they got rid of that guy just like that. He said, you can't be telling these guys this. I said, you want to take the rep? You want to take the jail time? He's like, listen, I'd rather have somebody else take the jail time so I can keep making my money running routes, being a receiver. Let me make $30 million and I put $1 million on my dude's books.
Yeah.
And take care of them. Anyway, what am I trying to say? Gedaliah wasn't built for this espionage, cloak and dagger stuff. It was cloak and dagger living, and he wasn't conscious of the fact that when you get in that high position, people are going to be gunning for you. You try to do things the right way, you try to lead the right way, there's always somebody in the shadows trying to take your spot. And this is the reality of things. And Johanan was like, listen, man, this guy's coming after you, bro. It's not a game. This is not a joke. You need somebody to dispose this guy while we have the upper half and the leverage. He's like, let me go and take this guy out so you can keep doing what you're doing for the Most High. Okay, so read verse 15 again.
Jeremiah chapter 40, verse 15. Then Jehohanan the son of Kareah spake to Gedaliah in Mizpah secretly.
That's why it was secret. Listen, it's just me and you, bro. Just know it's gonna get taken care of. Let me do it.
Yep.
Let me do it.
Well,
Please let me do it.
when you
Like,
look
damn, why you want to do it so bad?
When you look at David, David had Joab.
I know.
Joab was a hitter, man.
He was a hitter, bro.
Joab was a guy that, you want something
You
done.
gotta have a guy like that on your team, bro.
He was ambitious.
Yes.
Now, some of that ambition was built on greed, but when David sent Joab out, he accomplished the mission, bro.
Bro, when Joab sat back here and single-handedly swam, crawled, and got into Jerusalem and fought all those dudes off, and then opened the door and said, "Everybody come in." That was insane.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous.
And he said, "I'm gonna kill any one of y'all that tries to do before me. Y'all better back off." I'm like, damn.
He's a rebel.
Joab was phenomenal.
He wants that.
So you gotta have a guy like that serves God too.
Yeah, but
He kind of serves God, but he really was about this dirt right here.
But that guy backfired. That backfired on David also.
Yeah.
Two sides of that coin, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, you got a loose cannon. You can't control him.
Yeah.
So then it backfired on David because they ended up killing David's son.
Yeah. And David said, man, what did he say about him? He said, man, he said Joab is what? He called him. David said something about Joab. Said, man, this guy is a man of blood or something like that.
Yeah.
Anyway,
he told Solomon. He said, make sure his hoary head don't go down to the grave.
No, but it was another guy. His hoary head. But he said something earlier about how he was a bloody man or something like that. Point is, this is what Johanan is trying to tell Gedaliah. He like, man, this guy's out to get you, bro. And you got to do something about it. But read on. Just read verse 15 again. Read verse 15 again.
Verse 15. Then Johanan the son of Kareah spake to Gedaliah in Mizpah secretly, saying, "Let me go, I pray thee, and I will slay Ishmael the son of Nethaniah, and no man shall know it. Wherefore should he slay
No man
me?"
should know.
I'm going to get him, and nobody's going to know it came from me.
He knows.
He's going to die of natural causes. Because the real killers know how to get you, man. Nobody know how it happened. But keep going,
And no man shall know it. Wherefore should he slay thee, that all the Jews which are gathered unto thee should be scattered, and the remnant in Judah perish.
And he's like, I'd rather this guy go than we get scattered. This is the first good thing we've had in a long time. You're restoring order into the land. This positive here. People are comfortable. You symbolize a rallying force of all of us coming together. I don't want this Ishmael guy to come in here and jack this up because everybody's going to be scattered again. Okay? So once again, let's not forget, Jeremiah is in Mizpah. Riding out his life right now too. Let's keep that in mind. But let's keep going.
Verse 16. But Gedaliah the son of Ahikam said unto Johanan the son of Kareah, Thou shalt not do this thing, for thou speakest falsely of Ishmael.
So listen, he didn't believe it at all. He felt that the report was completely false. Josephus is going to say he thought it was false because Gedaliah didn't do anything to him for Ishmael to think that way. But it ain't about what Gedaliah did or didn't do. This is what Ishmael wanted to do anyway. So Gedaliah said, don't kill him. And also, I don't believe that's his intention. The problem is when you're in that position, you got to listen to those reports, right? You got to listen. Whether you want to believe it or not, you got to listen to the reports so you can prepare yourself. Watch what Ishmael does, man. It's really a dirty play.
You have to hedge.
You got listen. You don't necessarily have to go and get him killed.
Yeah.
That might not be the answer, but you can't sit back here and take this report lightly.
Yeah.
The Most High speaketh once, yet twice. A man perceiveth it not. The warning was given. Okay, so let's go to Josephus, book 10, chapter 9, paragraph 3.
Book 10, chapter 9, paragraph 3, line 163. Now when this report was spread abroad as far as the nations that bordered on Judea, that Gedaliah kindly entertained those that came to him after they had fled away, upon this only condition.
And I can understand where Gedaliah was in. He was in the spirit of, we got to unite the people. We got to bring them around. I can't be in this spirit of distrust. We got to win trust. We got to win these people back. Everybody's scared. Everybody's afraid. I've got to be the voice of trust and patience and mercy. Okay, but read on.
That they should pay tribute to the king of Babylon. They also came readily to Gedaliah and inhabited the country. And when Johanan and the rulers that were with him observed the country and the humanity of Gedaliah, they were exceedingly in love with him.
So his humanity and his brotherhood and his trustworthiness is why everybody came around. Read on.
And told him that Baalis, the king of the Ammonites, had sent Ishmael to kill him by treachery.
But once again, he's like, listen, but they're going to take advantage of your brotherhood and try to take you down.
Be exposed.
You got to watch out. He's going to smile in your face and kill you when you're least expected. Read on.
Had sent Ishmael to kill him by treachery and secretly, that he might have the dominion over the Israelites as being the royal
Because you're
family.
dealing with that vacuum.
Yep.
You're dealing with men that want to deal with posterity and legacy.
And in his mind, Ishmael, I'm of the seed of David anyway. So I should be the one that's over the people. Not a non-Davidic person. And this is his justification. I'm of the line of David. I'm of the royal seed. I should sit back here. I have a greater position or right to this position than Gedaliah. That's him being carnal. He's about bloodline more than the spirit. Gedaliah was in point. He was of the seed of the people that live right and did right by the Lord. But Gedaliah, but Ishmael's like, I'm of David's seed. I'm justified in this spot. And I got the money behind me. I got the financing of the Ammonites. And I got the men to get this accomplished. So he got the money and the backing and the military equipment. Let me take over the land that I think is rightfully mine. I don't know if y'all know, but this is how Esau operates all around the world. They've been trying to take over, for instance, Belarus and Lukashenko since the Denim Revolution in the mid to late 2000s. They got Lukashenko's replacement living in Lithuania right now. Lithuania and Latvia. They're just waiting for a coup to work. So they can bring this puppet, there's a woman too, a puppet leader into Belarus that will help break up the Russian relations between Belarus and Russia. This is how they set up these coups all around. They have a leader that they're ready to put in place. When the city breaks, they bring him in. What they don't tell you is even Lenin and Trotsky. Lenin, who was part of that Russian Revolution, they got kicked out of Russia, setting up the revolution by the not the Bolsheviks, but they were part of the Bolsheviks. But the king of Russia kicked them out in the early 1900s. Trotsky was living in New York City and was getting bankrolled by the bankers. So he was sitting like living lush and lavish while the movement, the Bolshevik Revolution, was still going in Russia. Lenin was in Germany, chilling, getting financed by the bankers also, waiting for the Russian to fall, the Russian monarchy to fall, and the revolution to kick into high gear. Once the revolution kicked into high gear and the Bolsheviks took over the Russian palace, then Trotsky was sent in from the United States. Then Lenin was sent in from Germany. Then they took things over, and eventually the whole royal family got killed. This is how it works. They have the leader in waiting in the wings in a foreign country, and then when the time is right, they bring him in with the finance and the weapons to put him in the position of authority. Anyway, so that's what's happening. That's what the attempt is now with Johanan, and Johanan is trying to say, hey, Ishmael's coming for you. Let me take him out. Read on.
That he might have the dominion over the Israelites as being of the royal family. Line 165. And they said that he might deliver himself from his treacherous design, if he would give them leave to slay Ishmael, and nobody should know it. For they told him they were afraid that when he was killed by the other, the entire ruin of the remaining strength of the Israelites would ensue.
So they said, listen, read that part again.
Come.
They said, for they told him they were afraid.
Okay. For they told him they were afraid that when he was killed by the other, the entire ruin of the remaining strength of the Israelites would ensue.
And they were correct. They said if Ishmael comes in and takes Gedaliah over, this whole thing's going to fall apart. All the unity is going to break up. So he says it is imperative that we keep you alive. This is what Yohanan is saying. We got to keep you alive and eliminate anybody that's in the way of taking you down. Read on.
But he professed that he did not believe what they said when they told him of such treacherous designs.
You don't got to kill them, but you got to be open to threats. And this is why, even when you're in a position of leadership, or you're the next man up, you got to be trained on how to operate being the point man. Because you don't understand, there's forces around you that want to sit back here and ruin the good work you're trying to do.
There's wolves that want to eat the sheep.
And they want to take advantage of the position. So you have to be conscious of navigating around people who are trying to take what you're building. What Yohanan said was not untrue. Now maybe the getting rid of them part was extreme, but there should have been measures set up that Gedaliah allowed Yohanan to set up to protect him and insulate him to where these kind of guys can't get that close to you.
We learned this from Dathan and Korah when they were upset that Moses and Aaron were chosen by the Most High, being younger than they were, to lead the children of Israel out of Egypt. He said, they said, you're taking too much power on yourselves.
Yep.
He said, how come y'all don't share this authority with us? And they gave in their mind a valid excuse. They said, we're older. We're also of Levitical seed. We have wealth.
And they attacked the weak link. It's Aaron. Aaron shouldn't be in that position.
Yep.
We get you, Moses, but Aaron ain't the guy. He's too young.
Yep.
He's too up behind the ears. We need to be in that position.
And they said that our money would better suit the children of Israel because they had a little bit more wealth. But when the Most High chooses, He's not choosing for money. He's not choosing authority because they got more money and they may have more economic influence. The money means nothing. The Most High chooses the individuals. Their heart is in it. Their heart is right because it best benefits and best suits the people. And so I said we learned that from them.
Yes, but in Gedaliah's situation, all he knew was scribe work. All he knew was teaching the scriptures. And to be in a position of leadership, you got to know more than just breakdowns and verses. You got to know how to navigate treacherous as Israel, because Israel is treacherous. The people of the damn circumcision is worse than the uncircumcised Hebrews.
Yeah.
So you have to be able to navigate doing right by the people. It can't just be I love the people, I love the people, I love the people. I got to love the people and look after and protect the people from wolves. You got to sit back and protect the people from other self-interest individuals that can come in, opportunist Israelites, that can come in and ruin what you're building. You got to know that aspect of leadership also.
They're hungry. The scripture calls them it says, after I leave, there shall enter in grievous and ravening wolves.
Yes.
Paul said that. He said, I take this even crying.
Yep. He did.
Because he couldn't stay there. He couldn't stay there all day. He had to elect men that have the same exact mentality.
And you got to guard against individuals that aren't like-minded. Yeah. And at the very least, Gedaliah should have set up some kind of fail-safes to keep these people at bay. But he treated everybody the same, even when he was warned about it, and that ended up stinging him and ended up throwing the remaining Israelites into a tailspin they never recovered from.
You can relate
because he just didn't listen to counsel. Yeah. The Spirit be telling you things, you got to listen. Whether you say kill him or not, okay. I get not giving him the thumbs down. Yeah. The smart play would have did that. Hell, I'm gonna say this: Solomon was the Prince of Peace, right? He was his name meant peaceful. What was the first thing he did before he got into power?
Kill God.
He eliminated all the threats.
It was a list. They had to give him the list.
It was a kill list, Doc. He wiped out all the threats before there was peace. That's a real damn thing. I'm not saying he should have did that, but you got to keep those threats at bay. You got to acknowledge those threats. You got to see those threats and keep those threats at a distance at all times. That is a part of leading your people, as well as teaching and giving scriptures and counsel and instruction. This is an aspect of leadership that isn't taught a lot. But it's a real thing. It is a real thing. So, I'm sorry. Y'all had something to say? Okay, cool. Yes? No?
No. You good.
I mean, if you want to relate to it in modern terms, this is a modern term relation. You could look at Nipsey Hussle and how he used to he operate in the hood, and he had his boys. But he had a loose system.
Yep.
He got killed by somebody that was very close to him.
Yep.
So you could look at Young Dolph, even though he's not a Bible figure, but in young terms, you could look at Young Dolph and how
He didn't have no security.
just riding around, buying cookies
Yep.
in the hood.
And he kept going to the same damn cookie spot
that were related to his adversary, unknowingly. He didn't take any necessary precautions. When the Spirit showed him, because he got his vehicle got shot 100 times, didn't die. Then he went to California. They tried to kill him in the mall, and he didn't die. The third one was the charm. Back home getting those cookies. So that Spirit was processing. Hey, bro, you finna die. What do you need to do to
safeguard?
To safeguard. He didn't make the necessary safeguards. He fell because of it.
Yep.
So this happens in the theater of life.
But this is part of being developed into that position, and get a lie didn't have that luxury. He was just thrust into this situation after the fall. But if he was being trained as a prince,
groomed,
and groomed as a leader, he would have been taught these things before he got thrust in there. But it ended up because he didn't listen to counsel, or he was green. He was overly green to the wiles of men.
Idealistic.
He was idealistic, and he was green, and the people suffered because he was green.
Yep.
And I'm gonna say this: you can't just be a leader in this position and be green. People are always hedging for their angles, and you got to be conscious of people and what they want and what they're trying to get from the body.
That's not based on just loving Jesus.
That's exactly. You got to be able to listen. What the lesson here is, you got to be able to look at the good in our people, but know where people are at in the flesh too. You got to know both sides. That don't mean you got to give your mind to the negative side. That's why I say you don't got to be paranoid or give your mind to the left-hand side, but you got to be conscious of where people are on the left-hand side. So you can properly even create a system to safeguard that as much as you possibly can. Anyway.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
So was this the Most High trying to protect him when he got sending that word?
I think so. Now, but it's also the will of the Most High for this to happen. But, hey, man, if we're supposed to sit back and look at history, and things written aforetime are written for our what?
Learning.
This is for our learning. We're supposed to sit back and read these kind of scenarios and know how to operate so we don't fall into similar situations. You're supposed to have a purity of looking at your people in a good light. Yes, we teach that all. Part of Monday's class on last Monday was about that. And this Monday's going to be about that. But I can't be ignorant of the devices of men too. I can't be ignorant of how people can be selfish and self-serving. Well, I got to know what people want in the flesh. Also,
I got to post scripture real quick.
That scripture says, I'm gonna let you go there. He says, be wise as serpents, but harmless as doves.
Yeah.
I gotta know what game. I gotta know how people what game they're on, but still be harmless.
Right.
I gotta know your angle. What's your damn angle? But still know it, but still be loving and brotherly, and be considerate.
That's also.
But know where you're at.
That's also what scripture says. Know them that labor among you. It don't just mean no color. Their favorite colors. Oh, everyone likes purple like that. No. There's more than that. Okay. What's in this person's spirit? It's just what it is. I'm going to put one scripture. 1 Timothy 3:5, and then the first point of verse 6, and that's it.
I got one after that too.
Yes, sir.
1 Timothy 3:5 and 6.
1 Timothy chapter 3, verse 5. For if a man know not how to rule his own house, how shall he take care of the church of the Most High?
So we're supposed to take care of the church. What is the church? The body of Israel, the nation of the people, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm supposed to also get a practice realm. The practice realm of how I rule the church will be in my own personal affairs. Read.
Verse 6. Not a novice.
Stop right there. Not a what?
Novice.
Novice. Definition of novice is one who is new in any business. One unacquainted or unskilled. So this is the reason why you have to have tutors and governors.
Mm-hmm.
This is the reason brothers tell you to study on your own.
Yep.
It's because you need to have a biblical understanding with someone grooming your mind.
Yep.
And helping you be well-rounded. This is also why it's not to your benefit to rebel against
Your teachers.
your teachers. It's really to your own detriment.
Yep.
Because your understanding of leadership affects your personal house, or if you're in a position of authority, the Most High put you in positions of authority, then it affects your responsibility.
Families and children.
And people fall behind what you don't know.
Yeah.
So that novice element, because brothers get caught up in this hyper-religious, spiritual zeal mode.
Can't do it, bro.
Listen, that's good for like going to do a workout or going to take your ass to work. But at the end of the day, you have to be dealing with scripture where it says moderation. Let your moderation be known to all men. Moderation is mental balance. That's why we teach so much about, do you have the scales of your mind in order? Are you mentally in order? Are you filled with passions? Because when you have multiple passions and you're mentally discombobulated, or you have lack of mental order, or you have this bipolar nature, you're not going to be able to make decisions and choices that can make your house stay in order. And then the people that depend on you have to suffer behind your passions and poor decision making. That's why I wanted to bring out this to show for the novice element.
Yep.
All right? Or just unbalanced thinking. All right?
That's perfect. Ecclesiastes chapter 11, start at verse 29.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 11,
Mm-hmm.
verse 29.
We're going to read down to 34. Read that.
Verse 29. Bring not every man into thine house.
This is why you don't bring everybody where?
Into thine house.
Great
You
scripture.
don't bring everybody in your house because you don't know the intention of the people that's coming in your house.
Great scripture.
You don't just bring people in your house and lay them up in your crib, and he's going to tell you why, because you may be considering, I mean this person well, so I can't see how, because I mean this person well, how they would interpret my good for bad.
Exactly.
Or turn my good into evil. He's saying that you don't know the intentions behind showing hospitality, being charitable, just to everybody. Read on.
Verse 29. Bring not every man into thine house.
Go ahead.
For the deceitful man.
Stop.
Yeah.
Not every man is matching your good intentions. Not every man is matching how you feel about them. Doesn't mean that that's how they feel about you. Because they might not share that same sentiment of charity and hospitality, and I mean this person well. That doesn't mean that's what they feel. They could have a whole nother mind behind getting close to you. Read on.
For the deceitful man have many trains.
And a train, like a train, or a wedding dress has a train. It's a tail or a continuation of other negative spirits that are piggybacked with that person, with that negative person.
Oh man, train right here. To draw by artifice or stratagem.
Right. They may have
Ulterior motives.
They have strategies. Others, they may come appearing to just get close as a brother or a friend. I'm your friend. I'm your brother. I'm your companion.
United.
You can call me when things are difficult.
Yep.
But they have strategy behind them. They have an intention behind them that doesn't match your intention.
It says to act by persuasion or promise.
There it is. They got promises. They got persuasion. But that doesn't match your intention though.
Yep.
They have a different mind than you.
Yep.
Now, you know this when you look at criminals. They say that there's no honor amongst who?
These.
You might have came in with a partner and said, man, we about to rob this thing together.
50-50.
Yeah, we're gonna go 50-50. They kill you, take everything.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But I'm just saying, you see that happening because even amongst thieves, there's no honor. But just because you're in the truth, you wear fringes, that doesn't mean people share the same sentiment. Read on.
Verse 30. Like as a partridge taken and kept In a cage, so is the heart of the proud. And like as a spy, watcheth he for thy fall.
Now you bring people in your house, but they're not there to celebrate the good with you. They're not there to be entertained and watch you be in a place of stability. Usually they're in a position of instability, watching you be stable. So their mind frame is what? He says their mind is equivalent to like a bird in a cage. As soon as you open that gate, as soon as that crack, they find a crack. They shooting out of there.
But you know, they're cool.
They cool.
They're cool in that cage. They're there. They're chilling. They're in a control until you open that door and it's pow. But that's how a deceitful man is. Everything is cool until I find my angle in to take advantage of it. Then I checkmate you.
And it's the opportunity.
Yes.
Is what they wait on. They wait on an opportunity. They watch it. They watch your habits. They watch your study. They study your habits. They see when you come and going. They look at your schedule. They know they're studying you, waiting for your fall, waiting to overthrow you. But you're there to give them hospitality and charity.
And that happens more than you think. That happens more than you think in Israel with fringes and people saying Shalom, Yahweh, Hashem, Yah, Shabbat. Listen, people are sizing you up all the time. And you got to know that they're sizing you up all the time and still be brotherly, still be loving, but know that men are capable of the worst. And that's the truth.
Yeah.
Somebody had their hand up. Yes, sis.
When you bring that up, there was something I saw, I think it was on YouTube. This sister and brother opened their house to a brother. And he ended up molesting one of their children. That's why he wanted to get into their home. And because he was in the house, the police didn't want to believe them. When they put him out, he said that he was their brother and he lived there, so they couldn't put him out. And he had kind of brainwashed the little girl, and they just had a really hard time. So they ended up putting the mom in jail because she was keeping the daughter away from him, and he said that was his wife. And it was a really big mess. I remember we read that. About that thing.
You know, but that's exactly why you don't bring just anybody in your house, because you don't know their intentions.
And this is why all these Israelite little splinter groups that pop up that don't know what the hell they're doing, that just watch what's happening on YouTube and think they can do shit on their own, and that's why it always ends up bad.
Every time.
If leaders and men and camps aren't structured properly, you always open the door for serpents and sidewinding and wolfish people. This is why Israelites Online, if you guys are watching, stick to camps that are vetted and tried and true. All these outside guys that have never been trained, never been developed, knowledge is coming out, but people are getting used and abused, whether it's children being touched, adultery. I see a lot of these guys just sit back and run camps just to get women.
Yeah.
I see it all the damn time. I see brothers have their women recruit women just to bring other women into his little stable. I see it all the time. This is how Israelites roll out on the outside that aren't governed by proper leadership.
That's why we say
all the time, bro.
If your elders don't have elders, original elders, you're in a situation, bro.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
There's this big YouTube algorithm out there about the Hebrew, quote unquote, Hebrew camp experience, where they pretty much just trash. Because of those examples, they just trash every.
Well, I don't blame them. I get it. I get why.
The camp and all that.
I get why.
And their whole goal right now is trying to, I guess, be the
no camp
mediators to get them away from all the camps. I'm a Hebrew Christian now.
Yeah.
Man, these are my beliefs. And
Whatever,
don't
bro.
join them.
And then you're bringing them to another. Then those guys just bring them to a scenario where they have their own little things and their own little isms. It keeps going. It keeps branching away further and further and further from the proper strength and structure and order, and it just keeps splintering into weaker versions of what it originally was.
Yeah.
The truth was, when the knowledge was being taught from the beginning, you know what? There were strengths and weaknesses. And people use the weaknesses to justify completely cutting off every other aspect of the body in the camps that actually worked. Very few camps fought to keep the basic structure of what was right and just spiritually. Because the thing is this, the structure and the base of the camps wasn't wrong. It was the flaws and weaknesses of the men that was exposed that made the camps fall. But the premise and the body and the binding of spirits was proper. This is about shedding off the vices of the men of in leadership positions. Yep. That was what was the problem. The leaders were too comfortable, and they gave themselves to too many comforts. If you eliminate that, you can maintain the integrity of the camp. But you got to have people. Iron sharpens iron.
Was there not checks and balances?
Not enough. Not enough. So now we're here. Then, because this is the problem. When one man splinters off, then you know what? You're going to pick and choose what you want. I get to pick and choose what I like and what I don't like. You can't have a camp like that either.
Indeed.
Yep.
I can't. Nobody gets to pick and choose what they like and what they don't like. This is about service across the board. And at least there's got to be an acknowledgement. Hey, this is off. I got to keep working on this. Nobody's perfect. But can there be a checks and balances where people are, hey, I just can't roll how I want to roll? I got to have people that love the work enough to help keep me in check. Like I said, it's sad.
And you could read the book about Yahweh ben Yahweh and his camp that he had in Miami, Florida. You know how initially, and their Hebrew class was amazing, bro. Their Hebrew was like slamming, bro. They had once the governor of the mayor, I actually say, of Miami-Dade County gave Yahweh ben Yahweh the key to the city twice because he was able to convert the hood and turn the hood into something prosperous. He turned the hood into businesses, and he was able to refine the people that not even the city could reform. So he received the key to the city twice. But when it became about him being in power, then you start seeing him poach on the women of his congregation. And then he started misguiding and misinterpreting scriptures and started taking vengeance upon his own hands and killing white folks in Miami.
Yes.
And then end up eventually killing some of his own congregation. Because it was a rebellion. Whoever rebelled within the congregation, they had to be eliminated. But he started running it like a military, or not even a military, just a damn.
That's like
cartel.
Keystone Rangers.
It was like a cartel.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But when you look at what the knowledge that he had, his ability to reform the people, I mean, the conversion of the people. They had school buildings. They were given property. They were given them. They had school buses. They had school lunch programs. He had all that going on. But they had farms, they had all that. But you had to look at this when it started to be about a man and not about the Most High in Christ. Then that's when you started to see it go downhill and it got corrupt.
But the problem is people will say, "Oh, it's about man, it's about man, it's about man." So me ain't gonna do no camps.
Yeah.
That shit's off too.
Camp anxiety.
Well, then I'm not gonna do camps. Then then everybody gets to do what the hell they want to do.
Yep.
But that's the problem. If you say I'm anti-camp, then you're saying everybody should pick and choose what they like in the scriptures and focus on what they like. And you can't do that either. That's the other side that people choose. Oh, we've got to use the scriptures. But it's never just the scriptures. It's the scriptures mixed with what you like about it and what you emphasize about it. And that's what makes you off too.
What's fun?
You might as well just say, this is the camp that I do my way. This is my version of the Spirit. Just say that. We're saying it's not about the camp, it's about following the Spirit. What the hell does that even mean, following the Spirit? That doesn't make sense. That's what you want. You call it the Spirit because it's what you like.
I like this. That's
and what you're comfortable in doing.
Yeah.
And I'm going to call it the Spirit.
It's a chef camp. I like the chef.
And then, we're going to make a camp on cooking food. It's America's Top Chef Israel edition.
And
that's it.
But get that butter over here and put that butter like this, all right? Scripture goes into
but
the
that
milk.
bread
The milk, there's a word, you got to hit this like this, the milk, all right? Okay, bro.
This is a joke, and it sounds like a joke, but people choose the arenas that they're strongest in, and they push people that way and call it the Spirit.
Or play kingdom.
Or
Respect dressing.
they say the herb is good. We smoke weed in this
There
camp.
you go. You got the weed camps. You got the nature camps. You got nature. You got weed. You got meditation guys in white outfits all them day long. They just praying. Listen, there's a bunch of different. Pick your gumbo.
Yeah.
And this, I'm serious. I've seen guys in all white. Like it's some damn. Why are you wearing white? I'm wearing white, but I'm smoking that dirty green. Hey, which one is it? You smoking weed? But you got white like you're righteous and spiritual? What do you do?
Like
you might as well wear that black Jew with the hoodies and shit. That's really about, G.
Spirit.
You get people on the then it jumps into only Judah Benjamin camps. Then it's only 9.5 camps. Then all this just goes into nonsense.
Stupid.
But this is the thing. I get to pick and choose what I like out the deal. It's camp dark skin, camp light skin. What kind of stupid shit is this, right? That's a real thing. That is a real thing.
Stupid.
Just because they just don't want to take the frame that works and stay within that frame and be in order with that frame. And just be a better man in that frame.
And ultimately, it's behind everybody's trying to push their own personal agenda. Read on.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 11, verse 30. Like as a partridge taken and kept in a cage, so is the heart of the proud. And like as a spy, watcheth he for thy fall.
Mm-hmm.
Read on.
For he lieth in wait, and turneth good into evil.
And this is what a deceitful person will do. They'll take the good, the charity, the hospitality that you're trying to show, and they'll turn it into evil. They don't agree, or they don't see what you're doing as being good because they don't see the benefit directly attributing towards them and themselves. Although you watch how Gedaliah is doing a great job managing all the people that fell off after the captivity.
Yep.
He's doing a great job collecting and overseeing, making sure that he's managing the people, making sure that the people that are defenseless have defense, taking care of the food issues. But then you got
calming all these anxious, scared. They're scared, they're afraid, they're displaced.
Yep.
They're unbalanced, and he's that calming presence that the entire nation needed.
But you got some individuals that could bypass and not care about all the good that's going on because it doesn't mean anything unless they're in a position of authority. Read.
For he lieth in wait, and turneth good into evil.
Go ahead.
And in things worthy praise will lay blame upon thee.
Why is he laying blame? Because he's trying to find a way to remove you out of that position, looking for an excuse to disqualify you of why you shouldn't be in charge.
Yep.
So I got to find some type of accusation why you're not justified to be a leader, why you're not justified to be in charge or to rule the people. When in actuality, that's just the position that he wants. That's the position that they want, is to be in charge. It's not about what benefits the people. Read on.
Verse 32. Of a spark of fire, a heap of coals is kindled.
Go ahead. And so what he's saying is they'll find the smallest thing to say why you should be removed,
so that they can be in there.
Yeah, it's a spark, like the smallest thing will try to create a fire. They're looking for an angle. Read on.
And a sinful man layeth wait for blood.
And that's why he's looking for any little avenue, any little intricate plot or plan to say, this is why we got to get this guy out of here. Or this is why this camp is unjust. This is why we'd be better suited as leaders versus that individual. Read on.
Take heed of a mischievous man.
And this is why the Bible says you got to take heed of what?
Of a mischievous man.
You got to make sure that but you don't know a mischievous man is mischievous. That's why you got to watch everybody. Because you don't know who's who. A mischievous man don't wear a shirt that says mischievous.
Exactly.
Bad guy approaching.
You're a bad guy. Devil horns on his shirt. You ain't going to get that. Read on.
For he worketh wickedness.
Go ahead.
Lest he bring upon thee a perpetual blot.
Read on.
Receive a stranger into thine house.
It says this is what happens. You let a stranger that's not proven. The scriptures say prove a friend. The scriptures say try the spirit by the spirit to see whether they are the most high. It says, beloved, believe not every spirit. So you're not supposed to just be, naive and green just to every spirit. Sisters do it. I'm just gonna bring this sister in my house. Okay, you just gonna bring brother. We brought a brother years ago. We brought a brother that we met. Brought him to the brother's house.
His name was Moses Angel.
Yeah.
The name wasn't even true.
The name was Moses Angel.
Yeah.
Was it Moses' angel?
Yeah.
Or Moses' angel?
He called himself Moses.
Angel.
We said, well, I'm this brother. I'm this brother. Brother said Hebrew names. He said, my name is Moses Angel.
I would like, if it was my choice, I mean, you can get the hell out of here right now, brother.
Well, we
classes from 7 to 10, brother.
Yeah.
Classes from 7 p.m. to 10 p.m.
But he painted himself as being one looking for help.
Yeah.
We brought him in a brother's house. One night, woke up in the morning, all the brothers' wallets were gone.
Yeah.
It was an angel that took the wallets out.
I'm gonna say it again. If the right person should never let that person in. That same person who let him in wouldn't let him go to his house.
No, exactly.
That same person wouldn't have him at his house with his kids.
Yeah.
But it was okay for him to go with brothers and endanger their lives.
And jeopardize brothers, the flock.
That lets you know how off that decision was.
Yep.
It's
Read.
ridiculous.
Come, verse 34. Receive a stranger into thine house, and he will disturb thee.
And he's going to do what?
And he will disturb thee.
You will be disturbed when you don't know the intentions behind what people want when they get close to you. You're preparing yourself to be disrupted. And your life is about to be disturbed. Let alone all the people that are surrounding your environment, whether it be your rib, kids, family. Everybody's about to be in jeopardy. Read on.
And he will disturb thee.
Go ahead.
And turn thee out of thine own.
And then this is ultimately the plan. The plan is to take over your place, to take your place. That's why it says eventually that deceitful man, that mischievous person, will turn you out of your house. And this is the objective of deceitful individuals. To take your place, remove you out of that position, and then sit in that authority where you sit. And this is why you got to watch everybody. You just can't be so cool, so to speak. I'm just cool with everybody. I'm a brother's brother. Okay. Be naive if you want to be.
Yeah.
Not everybody has the same intention.
And this is where Gedaliah should have listened to Johanan and listened to his advice. Don't forget, Johanan was a captain in the military. So he understood structure. He understood military coups. He was trained in how to deal with men politically and deal with morale. He understood morale. That's why he was so hell-bent on trying to keep Gedaliah in power. He understood morale. He understood stability. And he understood treachery. Because there's always people in military positions trying to get above the other person, trying to get rank above the other person. That was Gedaliah's weakness. All he was, his whole life and his family's line were scribes. They were intellects. They were good men that followed the law, but weren't versed in dealing with beasts and rogue-ass negative individuals who were vying for power.
That's war. War is about strategy.
Kinda.
It's about a struggle of will. My will versus your will. And that's what war is. But if you could be a smart guy but not understand war.
And you could be a good-hearted guy. You could be a student. You could be a good teacher of the Bible and not understand the mind of men and how men position for power and leverage and control. That's a real thing. That's the nature of mankind. And you have to, if you don't know it, you better have somebody on your side that can help put you on game, or you're going to get taken advantage of. Once it goes back into why leaders have to be trained and developed, and you just can't come out here and just read the Bible and say, Eureka, I got the wisdom. Let me open a camp. You can't do that. Not if you want to keep, not if you want to protect, not if you want to lead and protect the flock the right way. So we good. You got more on that, sir?
No, that was it.
Okay, so that was perfect. Let's get back to
Josephus.
Where are we at? Yeah, the end of Josephus, paragraph 3, right?
Paragraph 3 at line 166.
Mm-hmm.
But he professed that he did not believe what they said when they told him of such a treacherous design in a man that had been well treated by him, because it was not probable that one who, under such a want of all things, had failed of nothing that was necessary for him, should be found so wicked and ungrateful towards his benefactor.
That was where the naiveness went. Read that part. It says, I'm trying to find out. Read but he professed that he did not believe what they said again.
Okay. But he professed that he did not believe what they said when they told him of such a treacherous design in a man that had been well treated by him, because it was not probable that one who, under such a want of all things, had failed of nothing that was necessary for him, should be found so wicked and ungrateful towards his benefactor.
Because in his mind, why would a person want to kill me when all I've done was show love to him?
That's still big one.
All I've done was be good to him. Listen, I'm sorry, bro. That is what betrayal is. That is what betrayal is when you do good with somebody and they rat on you and they crap on you. What do you think? What do you think Christ felt when Judas dinged him? All I did was give my spirit to you. And you sit back and rap me out to these guys and tell them and Takashi me out? Yeah, it was like Takashi just like snitching on you. Like, he's over there. He did it. You going to Takashi me out? Or you gonna gun me?
Yeah.
Or what?
Gunna got a lot of
Gunna
benefits.
do the same thing.
He got a lot of benefits, a lot of game, a lot of connections.
He got put on by this guy, right? By Jeffrey, right?
Yeah.
Now you want to snitch on Jeffrey, right?
But you was doing it too.
He brought you on, huh?
You was doing it too.
Oh yeah, he was doing it. He's pointing out. And then making songs like he didn't do nothing. Get out of here.
Get out after snitch. He said, I gotta get my career back.
It ain't gonna work, man. But listen, the point. What is the point? The point is, I did good to him. Why would he sit back here and want to do me harm? That lets you know that he wasn't. That was an aspect of leadership he just wasn't prepared to deal with. That is a level of leadership a man has to operate. You have to still be genuine in how you deal with men, but be conscious of the worst of your people. To hedge yourself and protect yourself from the wickedness of people. Read on.
That when it would be an instance of wickedness in him not to save him, he had been treacherously assaulted by others to endeavor, and that earnestly to kill him with his own hand. That, however, if he ought to suppose this information to be true, it was better for himself to be slain by the other than destroy a man who fled to him for refuge.
But there was a plan B. I don't have to do a preemptive strike. But I can sit back here and have men set up. You're going to read how he gets killed. There was another way to do it. You don't have to be so extreme. This is the same extreme thinking, whereas like, oh, it's the Sabbath day. I'm not going to fight these Greeks because it's a Sabbath day. I'm just going to let you stab me and fifth rib me until I'm dead because it's the Sabbath day. It's that extreme spiritual thinking that gives Israel its robotic spiritual thinking.
Yeah.
Versus operating with practical spiritual thinking.
In the real.
I can sit back here and not kill you out of a threat for my life. I don't have to do that. I can still watch out for you and not let you get that close to me to do me dirty. Can you do both? But that robotic thinking doesn't allow you to operate in the middle. And this is where he got stung. Continue.
That, however, if he ought to suppose this information to be true, it was better for himself to be slain by the other than destroy a man who fled to him for refuge, and entrusted his own safety to him, and committed himself to his disposal.
And that thinking got him killed. Let's go now.
The same thing happened to Jonathan and Maccabees. The same thing happened to the woman who was connected to the Israelites in the time period of what was that Edomite king that was blended?
Well, it was before him. She sat back here and lined herself in. She was with the Sadducees, and she aligned herself with the Pharisees, and they ended up taking advantage of her and using her position to rise the Pharisees back into a greater power structure. Yeah. Just because she was afraid of her son's life. It's just people get used and abused all the time, bro. And she lost her hedge, and she wasn't able to sit back and properly look at things the right way. But let's go now to Jeremiah 41. And we're going to go 41 and 1 for now, and we're going to stop to bring a point out.
Central Scripture too, sir, if you want.
What's that?
Central Scripture if you want.
Let me check it, man. Yeah, let's read that. Ecclesiastes 6 and 13.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 6, verse 13. Separate thyself from thine enemies, and take heed of thy friends.
So even if Gedaliah didn't say he's an enemy, he has to at least take heed that he might not be a friend. And if I can't trust him to be a friend, I have to create some kind of protocol and distance from me and him, because I'm not sure if he's a friend. He should have at least did that. So let's read verse 1, Jeremiah 41 and verse 1.
Jeremiah chapter 41, verse 1. Now it came to pass in the 7th month that Ishmael, the son of Nethaniah.
Stop. It says, and it came to pass in the 7th month. 7th month, you got March, April, May, June, July, August, September. Okay? The question is, did this happen in 586 BC when the whole thing fell apart, or did this happen over a period of time? Because when the kingdom fell in August, so you would imagine there had to be a period of time that went through of rounding everybody up, sending them out. Babylon didn't leave damn Israel in 30 days. All them troops, all that supplies, logistically, you're not going to get everybody to leave. All those slaves, all those people, all their munitions, all their weaponry. Think about how long it takes to get an army out of a country. That takes, even to these days, it takes longer than a month. Listen, the United States left Afghanistan within like 6 months, 6 to 8 months, and they left cash, they left weaponry, they left munitions, because they couldn't get all that stuff back. So when you see 7th month, it can't be the 7th month right after that siege. Now we're going to go to the BKC real quick. 1187, the page, to kind of get an idea of when this happened. Let me get it real quick. Is it 1187? That can't be a number. Or maybe it can. 1 second, John. There it goes. Yes. It said Ishmael came to Gedaliah in the 7th month. September to October is that period. Though the month was given, the year was not. So the exact dating of the assassination is uncertain. It would be difficult for all these events to have occurred in 586 BC, like I said, because the army of Babylon was still in Jerusalem as late as August 17th. This would allow less than 2 months for the Babylonians to depart the people, establish a government, allot the land, and withdraw the main body of their forces. So the assassination must have happened in a latter year. That's all I want to bring up. It couldn't have happened a month after everything fell apart. So this might have been a year or two after we fell in 586 BC, and the heat kind of dies down. The heat dies down. There's a little bit of stability in the land. It's been a year or possibly two. Now we're in the 7th month of the year, September, October, and now there's a gathering.
It's 2 years.
A year or two. Okay. So read verse 1 now. At least a year. Nobody knows for sure, but you just got to think things had to have settled down before this attempt was made.
Because Jerusalem was just burned in the 5th month.
That's my point. So if it's the 5th month, you're not gonna. There's no way logistically everybody left in 2 months and everybody was reunited and re-brought together in a 2 month span. It had to be a year, maybe two. Okay, that's all I'm trying to say. So read verse 1.
Jeremiah chapter 41, verse 1. Now it came to pass in the 7th month that Ishmael, the son of Nethaniah, the son of Elishama, of the seed royal.
The seed royal is the Davidic line. Read on.
And the princes of the king, even 10 men with him, came to Gedaliah, the son of Ahikam.
So he said the princes of the king. That means all the royal line was with Ishmael, and 10 men. Read on.
Came unto Gedaliah, the son of Ahikam, to Mizpah, and there they did eat bread together in Mizpah.
So they went to their city in Mizpah and started hanging out with them. When everything was died down, let's have a feast. Let's have a meal together. Okay? And what you're supposed to do as a brother is reciprocate that brotherhood and eat with the brother, right? Read on.
Verse 2. Then arose Ishmael, the son of Nethaniah, and the 10 men that were with him, and smote Gedaliah, the son of Ahikam, the son of Shaphan, with the sword, and slew him, whom the king of Babylon had made governor over the land.
Stop. I want to go to paragraph 4. We're going to go on bouncing back and forth to kind of explain it. So he killed him. We're going to find out how he killed him. Give me paragraph 4. Josephus 10, 9, and 4.
Page 277, paragraph 4. So Jehohanan, and the rulers that were with him, not being able to persuade Gedaliah, went away. But after the interval of 30 days was over, Ishmael came again to Gedaliah, to the city Mizpah, and 10 men with him. And when he had feasted Ishmael and those that were with him in a splendid manner at the table.
Gedaliah sat back here and laid it out for the brother. I guess his answer is, I'm going to be a triple brother to show this brother Ishmael that I love him and there's no need for him to sit back here and retaliate in any negative fashion. There's limited resources anyway. I'm going to burn some of these little resources. We're going to double barbecue today for this brother. Read on.
And had given him presents.
And gave him presents, all right? Wow. I'm really laying out the red carpet. We're in distressed times. And I'm still doing you a super solid act.
He was out the spirit.
What does he want? Or you could have did it and still had your guys heavily armed.
Yep.
I could have been a brother and had guys with machetes all around me. They don't have to be walking around with the machete. No. They can have it in a sleeve. They can have it in a machete sleeve, a leather case, ready to go. You got to have something.
It's a carnal term, but your boy Benny Siegel said, I gotta go there. He said,
why you go with rap angles?
He said, trust in the Lord, but still tie up your camel.
Tie up your what?
Tie up your camel.
Okay, yeah.
And what he's saying,
it's true.
He's not saying anything wrong. He says, still trust in the Lord, but still tie up your camel.
Yeah, because all will take your camel.
Yeah, listen, bro, you trust God, but you don't leave your house open, your door open, your keys in your car with your engine running. That's stupid.
Yeah. Listen. There was an old skit on one of Ice Cube's albums that showed that too. Remember that guy? He said, "Look, I trust the Lord, and I know He's going to take care of me." He said, "So can I get that car?" He said, "If you take the car, the Lord's going to give me a new one." And Ice Cube said, "Okay." He took the keys and drove off. That was like I don't know if that album was like
Was it Predator?
No, it was before Predator, bro.
Okay.
America's Most Wanted.
I think it was America's Most Wanted. That's what it was, huh?
Yeah.
And that was a skit. While this religious folks act like I'm gonna get a new car. I don't know when he got that new car. He might have got it, but it might have taken him like 2 or 3 years to get it.
Yeah.
But what's the point? Is what he said. Yes.
Or Gedaliah could have said, you know what? If I don't come out, nobody's gonna come out. You know what I'm saying? He could have had the whole place fortified.
But that's my point. You gotta have shooters somewhere ready for you.
Yeah.
You gotta have military guys. You gotta have something to where we're brotherly. We're gonna enjoy ourselves, but you gonna know you ain't coming out of this if you do some treachery.
You're not gonna win, bro.
I can do both. I can be a brother and let him know you can't make no power play. Or you can say, hey, all the you can do like it's the old West. All your guns, you got to give your guns to the sheriff. Give your gun to the sheriff, and you can come out here and enjoy it at the pool hall or the liquor lounge. You can have your fun, but give up your gun, then go to the saloon.
Yeah.
He could have did that.
Did a shakedown, man.
That's the right way to do things. Was that?
I thought it was like our cousins had watchmen cards.
Once again, this guy, listen, the dialogue wasn't up and sharp on this concept. He was scribing. This guy was in studying all them day long.
He had no street knowledge.
He had no street knowledge. He didn't. So he's laying out the red carpet as a brother. So let's keep going.
And had given them presents. He became disordered in drink.
Then he drank him down. That's the second angle you did. I'm gonna keep him drunk. Remember like those old cartoons when you drink, you start burping.
Yeah. That bubble start coming up. Yeah.
He started doing this. He started moving and spinning. He got him drunk. He got everybody comfortable. He got everybody drunk. But they didn't realize Ishmael could drink everybody under the table. So I'm sitting back here drinking, we laughing and we drinking, and I'm setting you up.
Yeah.
And listen, obviously he was lightweight. He couldn't handle liquor.
Yeah.
He couldn't handle a strong drink. Now I got him slipping. He's dozing off. This is the treachery. Let's keep going. It's like the Red Wedding in Game of Thrones. not the House of Dragons. What'd you say?
Something Dragon Wars?
Dragon.
It is.
The Red Wedding in Dragon Wars. It's not that.
Every time I see this dragon, that's dressed.
But it wasn't. You barely saw the dragons in that show. You saw it like for one season.
Yep.
Anyway, I'm messing with them. But yeah, it was Game of Thrones Red Wedding. They had listen. They sat back here and brought this guy in on this alliance. He thought they was unity. Then the guys closed the doors and killed him and his woman and his heir and his mother. The whole nine out. They killed everybody out. Same setup. We're going to sit back and have a wedding. It's going to be fun. We're laughing. We're doing that and all those weird ass like English sounds and songs. And then they close the doors and then they have all the guys on the second floor with the arrows. They got you on high ground. But this is what they did here. Before, listen, this was the original Red Wedding.
Yeah.
This was the original Red Wedding.
Right.
So let's keep going. So Gedaliah is drunk. He's slurring his speech. He's dozing off. Read on.
He became disordered in drink, while he endeavored to be very merry with them.
Because he's like, I want to really show these guys I'm a brother, so I'm going to really party with them. If they're heavy drinkers,
Yeah.
I'm going to be a heavy drinker. But listen, it's letting you know, even when you're partying with your brothers, you got to know what your limits are.
Where are you at?
You got to know what your limits are. You can't get crazy drunk because the people around you is going crazy. If my limit's two, then my limit's 2 drinks. I'm going to drink 5. I'm going to be throwing up.
Be a brother.
Yeah, I'm going to be an ultra brother. Then I'm mixing dark and light liquors together. I'm getting all crazy. I'm throwing up and I'm out of control. Listen, I need a 7-Up because my head is spinning. Round and round, I think I better sit down.
Yeah.
My homie social wellness, all right. But I'm feeling faint. Let me see. Anyway.
More rap lyrics.
It has to be. Tonight. It's in my head.
Great track. Great album.
I guess he's used to it.
Yeah.
But a brother like a white. Anyway. Let's keep going now.
While he endeavored to be very merry with them. And when Ishmael saw him in that case, and that he was drowned in his cups.
God, he called him slipping. It's just what you said in Ecclesiastes 11, huh?
Yep.
I waited for that one opportunity where you're slipping. And then I get you when you're in your vulnerable, weak spot.
They praying.
This is why a lot of times older men don't party with young men either. They got to see you in a strong position all the time. They can't see weakness. Read on.
And that he was drowned in his cups to the degree of insensibility and fallen asleep.
He was out of it. He started doing this. Sometimes brothers, when they drink a lot, they love everybody. I don't know if you met a brother who just drinks so much. I love you, brother. I love the brotherhood. Yep. I love the fact that I love the brothers. I've seen brothers that become these extra they're huggers, and they love. I'm like, this brother is faded.
You can feel the brother.
He is faded. And he's like, I just love them. No, you ain't listening to me. I love you, right? You don't understand how much I love you, right? I love you too, brother. No, stop it. You ain't listening to me, right? I love the brotherhood. I'm like,
let me tell you something.
Okay, brother. That is a fact. You ain't partying with brothers, and you start seeing them go crazy, and they want you to stare. I love you, right? I love what you do for the Most High. I'm like, I love you too, brother.
And then they spitting on you while they talking.
Yeah, they spitting on you. They slurring. And they're staggering.
Wiping your eyes out.
They staggering. I'm serious. That is a real thing. But you know what I'm talking about. What we're doing for the Most High. I'm like, I'm trying to let him finish. I'm like, I love you too, brother. I know. I said I love you like 3 times. How many times I gotta tell you I love you?
Yeah,
believe me.
You do. You be like, hey, you're like, brother. Hey, somebody get that brother.
Yeah. Give him some water too. You need some water.
Some water, Sprite, and make sure he ain't driving. Make sure he ain't getting behind the wheel. Take his keys. He ain't driving off.
You do this.
Yeah.
He's talking. He's slurring like this. Get this guy. Get him out. We got to get him home out.
Yeah.
Let's get him home out. And that's the truth. But this is where Gediah is at. He's slurring. He's slipping. And he's like, okay, now it's time to strike.
Yeah.
Okay, let's continue.
And that he was drowned in his cups to the degree of insensibility and fallen asleep. He rose up on a sudden with his 10 friends and slew Gedaliah and those that were with him at the feast. And when he had slain them, he went out by night and slew all the Jews that were in the city.
Don't forget.
Wow.
Don't forget. Jeremiah was there.
Wow.
Jeremiah stayed in Mizpah.
Come on, man.
So Jeremiah is witnessing all this nigga-ish. He's like, bro, I should have been in Babylon, right?
Right.
I should have been chilling in Babylon dealing with this damn cool stuff. I came for Gedaliah. He's dead now. What am I doing here? Maybe I was out the spirit and making this decision. I'm running all this BS. The spiritual guy that I was backing is gone. So these guys are going through all the city, killing all the strong men, taking over the city. When the source of strength in that room got killed off, now you're gonna kill all the bystanders off. Read on.
And he slew all the Jews that were in the city, and those soldiers also, which were left therein by the Babylonians.
And listen, now you're asking for it. Because now you're going to sit back here, you're killing the guy that the Babylonians left in charge. That means you're bringing the heat of the Babylonians down to you. You killed Babylonian soldiers. It's only a matter of time before Babylon comes to retaliate.
Yep.
So listen, this guy Ishmael don't give a damn.
Not about the people.
He don't give a damn about the people. He just cares about his position.
His image.
Yep.
And what you're going to see is this guy, he kills these people off, and he heads back to Ammon. Like, why are you going back to Ammon? It wasn't even about taking over. It wasn't even about taking over the land. It was about killing the people and going back. That's what you're going to... Then why do it in the first place? Just because you were jealous that you weren't chosen.
Yep.
It was out of jealousy and hatred.
I'm not here to serve anyway.
It wasn't about going down and dealing with the reconstruction and rebuilding the people and the morale. I didn't give a shit about that. He was going to kill the people that was in power, leave, and then have his master come back and take over the city. That's what it was about.
You get a bird fee.
And get a bird dog fee. I got a referral fee for this shit.
Hey, you know, sometimes when you look at a person's intentions why they would do that, a person would want to not see Jerusalem be rebuilt so that they can not look like they're doing something out the spirit.
Mm-hmm.
Because the success and the rebuilding of Gedaliah was showing Ishmael that you're selfish and you don't do nothing for the people.
Yes.
So I'd rather watch it fall so that I don't have to look bad. And that's what people will do.
Yes.
They'd rather you fall, and they'd rather whatever you're doing, they'd rather it fail.
I'm not being exposed as selfish.
Because I'm not exposed as being an individual and selfish. So I enjoy to see the collapse of it, so it doesn't put me on blast.
No doubt.
And that's another reason, especially when you look at the fact that he didn't kill him to take over and be responsible. Then it was about, I don't want to look bad any more than I'm already looking.
Yeah.
So he's not killing it to say that. Well, I didn't get the position. You said it's because he doesn't have the platform anymore. So he just doesn't
If he's not killing them to take responsibility,
and his actions we're going to read proves that he didn't kill him to take over the land.
Right.
He killed him, and he killed him and the people in the adjoining area, and then he took, and then you're going to read that he killed him. Then the next day, people came from other cities to show support.
Yeah,
he killed them, but then after he did that, he was leaving back to Ammon. So if he didn't kill to take over the responsibility, then there was another reason he killed. And then what Shamshawan is saying, and quote me if I'm wrong, or correct me, I'd rather tear down what's being built because what's being built is representing what I'm not bringing to the table.
Exactly.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So I'd rather tear it down so I don't look bad. Because what Gediah, everybody understood it was a great work, and it was a unifying work. But what it shows is the son of David didn't even have enough love in his heart to unify the people. So what is he doing? This guy was a mercenary. He was reduced to a mercenary that didn't have any love for his people. But he was a prince of David. He should have sat back here and at least been a part of the reconstruction.
Because if he's a prince of David, but it's Gediah that's doing the rebuilding, wouldn't people look at him and say, man, you're in David's lineage. Why aren't you the one over there rebuilding Jerusalem? Why aren't you building Mizpah?
Yeah, I live like that.
But now so instead of looking like a coward or not wanting to put his life on the line, he'll rather destroy what other men are building for the purpose of not making him look like any shame of what he isn't doing himself. Give me Proverbs chapter 27, verse 3 real quick.
Like you're a symbol of what I could have done.
Right, you're a symbol of what I know I'm not doing.
Right, okay.
So I don't want to feel guilty. I don't want to feel shame. So I'd rather see it burn. I'd rather see it destroyed because it makes me look bad.
Yep.
Read that.
Proverbs 20 what?
27 and 3 and 4.
Proverbs chapter 27, verse 3. A stone is heavy.
It said a stone is what?
Heavy.
Yeah, a big rock is heavy. Read on.
And the sand weighty.
And a sandbag has weight too. You know, stones and sand is heavy, is weighty. Read on.
But a fool's wrath.
It said, but a fool's wrath, go ahead,
is heavier than them both.
It said, but what's worse than dragging a heavy stone along?
A fool's wrath is heavier than them both.
It shows you that when you got to carry a fool, it's heavier than carrying rocks. When you got to carry a fool, when you look at a fool's wrath is his reasoning behind what he's doing.
Right.
Because it shows you how extreme a fool's rationale is, how heavy a fool's rationale is, how what he does that doesn't make sense, how we say it's out the spirit.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous to have to carry individuals who don't make any sense whatsoever, especially when they think they're justified in what they're doing. Read on.
Verse 4. Wrath is cruel.
And that's why he said wrath is what?
Cruel.
It is cruel, especially a fool's wrath, because what he's doing doesn't even make sense. It's not even adding up for the reason why he had to kill the man. You didn't kill him for a just reason. There was no excuse. You weren't trying to take his position to do a better job. You weren't involved in the Reconstruction period. You didn't give a damn about the ascension of the people's condition being better. There had to only be one reason why he did it. He said a fool's wrath is cruel. Read on.
And anger is outrageous.
And you could have said, well, did he do it out of anger? It wasn't. It just shows you it wasn't really anger, and it wasn't really his wrath. It was something worse than both of those. Read on.
But who is able to stand before envy?
So it shows you the intention behind him killing him. It was all based upon what?
Envy.
It was envy, man.
Envy.
You deal with somebody's envy and somebody's jealousy. Their extreme nature. You can't even compute the rationale or the reasoning. You can't even come up with a good reason why he would do it. Because there is no good reason. Because it's envy. It's like, damn, bro. What reason would you have to even discard this man and get rid of this man? Other than the fact that you were just jealous.
Consuming envy.
Yeah, he said that's the worst. That's the worst part of carrying the nature of a foolish man.
Yeah.
Is his envy. And there's no good reason why he should have killed him whatsoever.
That's crazy, bro.
Yeah.
Let's continue into Josephus, man.
Come, we're at line 170.
This just going to where he rose up on a sudden with his 10 friends.
We're at the middle of line 169. He rose up on a sudden with his 10 friends and slew Gedaliah and those that were with him at the feast.
And you killed them when they were down, bro. When they were weak and they couldn't defend themselves. That's a chump way to take a person down, bro. Read on.
And when he had slain them, he went out by night and slew all the Jews that were in the city.
Another chump move. You sit back, people are asleep, you breaking down doors and killing people out. That's serial killer
It's a
shit.
dog.
It is. Read on.
And those soldiers also which were left therein by the Babylonians.
Read on.
But the next day, 80 men came out of the country.
80 men come out after this. We're going to hold off on that. Let's go back in the scriptures. Jeremiah 41 and verse 2. We'll get back to that, the 40 part.
Jeremiah chapter 41, verse 2. Then arose Ishmael, the son of Nethaniah, and the 10 men that were with him, and smote Gedaliah, the son of Ahikam, the son of Shaphan, with the sword, and slew him, whom the king of Babylon had made governor over the land. Ishmael also slew all the Jews that were with him, even with Gedaliah, at Mizpah, and the Chaldeans that were found there, and the men of war. And it came to pass the second day, after he had slain Gedaliah, and no man knew it.
The word hadn't got out because they killed all. There was no more witnesses, or the witnesses were rounded up and couldn't leave. Read on.
Verse 5. That there came certain from Shechem, from Shiloh, and from Samaria.
So this is now the 9.5 tribes were coming down to show support.
Sad.
Wow.
9.5 tribes were coming down showing support for their brothers in the south that got ransacked. With nothing but good intentions, they're going to show you. Read on.
Even 80 men, having their beards shaven.
When you shave your beard, that was an honor to have your beard intact. Them shaving it was a symbol of mourning. And I want to sit back and show my love towards the brothers, my brothers in the south that got destroyed. This also shows that 9.5s were alive and thriving at this time too, up north. Read on.
Having their beards shaven, and their clothes rent, and having cut themselves, with offering and incense in their hand, to bring them to the house of the Most High.
So obviously Mizpah was where they were serving the Lord, and they had their little tabernacle or place where they served the Heavenly Father there. And they were trying to show support when they went to Mizpah. Read on.
And Ishmael, the son of Nethaniah, went forth from Mizpah to meet them, weeping all along as he went.
This guy was a slick dude.
That's a maniac, bro.
He was somebody who knew how to cry on cue, smile on cue, be a brother on cue, but the inside was completely opposite from the outside. It's crazy, and he was our people, wasn't the white man.
That's why I
How
said
about that?
all that. White man, Listen, bro.
That's us. We taught him the playbook.
Yeah.
Okay, what you got? You got something?
I gotta pull one thing right here. Judges 3 and 15.
Judges chapter 3, verse 15.
Yeah, Judges 3 and 15. It just shows the principle of this element.
But when the children of Israel cried unto the Most High raised them up a deliverer. Ehud, the son of Gera, a Benjamin.
A Benjamin, read.
A man left-handed.
Does it mean he was left-handed, literally like he was just walking around, he signed his name with his left hand? Or is his nature left-handed?
Wait. Where are you at? Judges 3?
Yeah, Judges 3 and 15. Because he ended up killing the king of Moab. Okay. Remember he put the dagger's stomach and the dirt came out?
Mm-hmm.
All right, and he won the king of Moab. The Moab got comfortable with him and told guards to leave. They had a private conversation. And from that private conversation, he pulled the dagger out.
Well, I just want to make sure you can't say left-handed like he was left-handed guy.
Well, I wasn't saying like.
I just want to make sure.
Literally left-handed?
Yes, because he put the dagger from this left side.
Okay, I'm just saying. When I read it, maybe I'm wrong. I'll take the L on that. But when a person's left-handed, when I first read it, it's going to people are either right-handed or the left-handed spiritually.
No, that's right. But on this one, he was left-handed. Don't forget, Benjamin was known for fighting left-handed anyway. So he was a judge. He wasn't left-handed. Okay. It wasn't left-sided guy. Okay. Just want to make sure. I'm not trying to cut you off, but that one you can't say that one. That one.
But I make the point. In
general,
I'll take the check.
Yeah.
But people can be left-handed. People can be right-handed.
Yeah.
And people alternate between natures.
Yes.
So once again, this is about you being a objective person, being mentally objective, and assessing people by the scriptures and watching patterns. and also taking heed to counsels based off of routine and people that are known for good judgment.
And a person has to, you have to prove a friend.
Yeah.
And that's where the Ecclesiastes 6 goes. And you got to prove a friend. They have to show you over time that they're worth partying like this with us. It's one thing to have hospitality, because we were always taught to have hospitality.
You should.
But I can have hospitality and not sit back here and have my damn bedroom door need to be locked.
Yeah.
That's the difference, huh? You still got to have precautions in what you're going on in your house. So yes, let's I didn't mean to do that, but we have to. That'll go a different direction. Let's go. Did you have something, Sean? Or we won't?
No.
Okay, let's go, Jeremiah. Yeah, let's go.
No,
Where are we at? I got lost. Okay,
Yeah, Jeremiah 41:6.
Okay, let's do that.
Jeremiah chapter 41, verse 6. And Ishmael the son of Nethaniah went forth from Mizpah to meet them, weeping all along as he went. And it came to pass, as he met them, he said unto them, Come to Gedaliah, the son of Ahikam.
Yeah, come on down where he's at. He's down here over here, man. Let me bring you to him. Read on, man.
And it was so, when they came into the midst of the city, that Ishmael the son of Nethaniah slew them, and cast them into the midst of the pit, he and the men that were with him.
So they just sat back and just put all these 80 men. 80 men. They wiped out 80 men out. And sat back and threw them in this pit like it's damn communist Russia.
Men in the morning.
Huh? Men in the morning. I don't know if you saw like those old World War II pictures. They just sat back here and just kill bodies, kill people, and throw them in the damn mass grave site. This is a mass grave site. This is over 100 people just thrown in a pit. Because you had these 80, and you had all the men that was in that wedding, and the men that was in the city. Read on.
I had a question.
Yes, sir.
Is this also part of our punishment, or is it just a man that's off?
It's both.
Okay.
Don't forget, I'm gonna tell you why it's part of the curse. Because when you read Jeremiah, he said the people that didn't get shipped out to Babylon were going to get killed, or they would get exiled.
Bad figs.
He says those were the evil figs. So the ones left were still evil figs, and we're gonna as we get to 43 and 44 or 43, they did some dog shit. Yeah. They were negative inside, and we'll go into that later. But we're just dealing with the treachery. We won't get to 43 today. There's no way. But we're just dealing with the treachery of what was happening. This is why when Jeremiah chose this, he knew there was evil and sick people here. Yeah. And it's the consequence of taking this spiritual choice. Jeremiah doesn't die here. That means he's a captive of this crazy Ishmael guy. Just think about all this shit Jeremiah's going through. Captive, all this crap you know for the Lord, and now you're a prisoner of this crazy Ishmael guy. This guy's life was hell the whole way, and he was seeking the spiritual lessons out. It's amazing. Well,
let's scripture on that. Ecclesiastes chapter 19, verse 26.
Ecclesiastes chapter 19, verse 26.
Mm-hmm.
There is a wicked man.
It said there's a what?
There is a wicked man.
You have to think about the level of acting that this man is doing.
Yeah, bro.
As he's crying with the men with their beard shaven, as if he's mourning right along with them.
This is the one I was looking for. We always use this for Esau, but it ain't Esau.
It ain't Esau, bro. You have to consider this man needs an award, bro.
Yes,
this man needs an Academy Award, Golden Globe Award.
This guy's better. This guy's better than Denzel. It's better than Denzel. It's better than Training Day. It's better than Training Day.
Glory was a good one too.
Yes, sir.
He took that whip to the back,
sir. And he gave you that one tear, and then he won it. He won the Oscar.
Yeah,
that tear. The tear is what won the Oscar. Right? He took around 10 lashes. And then the music tied in, and right when the music crescendoed, boop. I was like, no way, that was perfect. How'd he do it?
Well, you know, they say during the filming of it, he took them lashes for real.
No way.
Yeah. Denzel, in the movie Glory, Denzel chose to get whooped for real. And that's why that scene, when he's tied to that post, getting whooped, is so powerful.
First of all, how he threw his shirt off. Let's get this shit over with then. I was like, damn, that was potent how he took his shirt off to get the whipping. Anyway, you gotta watch that part. That was great.
That's on point.
Yes, it was.
That acting was prestigious.
And the music behind it.
Yeah.
Oh man. Anyway, I'm sorry.
Check the scene when you get a chance.
Yes.
That scene was legit.
It's on YouTube somewhere,
Yeah.
man. You get 5 minutes of your life. It'll be all right.
Yeah. But he said there's a wicked man. Go ahead.
Ecclesiasticus 19:26. There is a wicked man that hangeth down his head sadly.
That's how you know the level of wickedness was in
Yes.
this man Ishmael.
Yes.
Because he's crying along the way. He's putting on the show like he's mourning. And this man is the cause of the injury. Read on.
But inwardly,
He said, but what?
but inwardly,
Read on.
he is full of deceit.
They said, but inside this man's heart is full of what?
Deceit.
This man is a play actor, a masterful play actor,
Yes.
man. This guy is an award-winning play actor. I put on the saddest faces. I'm putting on dirt, ashes. I'm acting like I'm mourning, but really inside, I just killed the man yesterday.
It's crazy, bro.
He just did a man the day before.
Yep.
Read on. They say that criminals come back to the scene of the crime.
Yeah.
Yep. To get off to it. Yep.
They get some satisfaction to it. They always come back to the scene of the crime.
You can go over the highlight tape, the highlight reel.
That's why the camera be panning the audience.
Yep.
Because they know that sometimes the killer be right there watching the news.
They say they inject themselves in the investigation too.
Yeah.
They don't know everything you know about it.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Crazy, bro. Read on.
Verse
The
27.
mind of maniacs, bro. Read on.
Casting down his countenance and making as if he heard not,
Go ahead.
where he is not known.
It said where he is not known, where nobody really knows this man's intention. Read on.
He will do thee a mischief before thou be aware.
And before you know it, you bought into the tears, you bought into the sad face, you bought into the fake outward projection that this man feels like you feel. He's sorrowing with you. He said, but when you ain't looking, when you're not paying attention, before you know it, this person's stabbing you in the back. Read on.
And if for want of power.
And why does he do it?
And if for want of power.
Sometimes it's for what?
And if
if it be what? For want of power. Meaning sometimes the motivation be want of power. Sometimes the person's just crazy. Sometimes it ain't even about power. It's just the person just envious. Sometimes a person just a maniac. He said, but if it be for want of power, read on.
And if for want of power he be hindered from sinning,
Go ahead.
yet when he findeth opportunity,
And that's what crazy people do. They look for what?
opportunity,
Maniacs look for opportunity.
Yeah,
Mischievous individuals, deceitful individuals, they're always hunting, lurking, waiting for the opportunity.
so
Yep.
so we're saying like if he, because he wants to obtain something or gain something, he'll hold off on the sin.
He'll hold off for a while, yes.
Wow.
But he'll play the part longer. He said, but then it says he'll do what? And if for want of power he be hindered from sinning, go ahead.
Yet when he findeth opportunity,
What is he gonna do?
he will do evil.
He will do evil. So it's showing you the nature of deceitful, mischievous,
Yes.
maniac minds that may be envious or may want power.
Yep.
That's why you got to watch people. That's why you got to watch individuals. You just can't trust anybody just because they got on fringes,
Yep.
just because they say shalom.
Yep.
Brothers and sisters, you got to look at deeper levels of intentions. And you know what? Look
And
what this person is willing to suffer.
And this is why you filter people through the school
Yep.
and the work. It's the school first, and it's the work second. Then you get to know the kids and the family, and
Yep.
their ribs get to know our ribs. Aside that, it's gonna be class in the Bible until there's a trust built,
And books and boxes.
and that's fair. And then it's work. It's the knowledge and it's the labor, and that's how you get to know people. That's how men get vetted. That's how people get vetted. And you know how many calls I've got? Hey, this person I never met wants to come to the Passover or wants to come to the gathering. No, hell no. I'm not doing that damn shit. Let's get to know you in the book first. And then we'll sit back here and invite you to gatherings and go to interpersonal scenarios. I've heard that, huh? That's what dudes do. That's what cats do. Yeah, these weird like this. Oh, you gotta get out of here, B. Or why are you even here?
Have a good
Or
day.
brothers sit back and bring this some new kind of why you bring this new cat here now?
Unexpectedly, we'll just, hey, I didn't invite this person. I invited you.
You gotta get out of here, bro.
Shalom.
Take him home.
Yeah.
People don't like that we're bad guys, but I don't really give a shit. I don't even care about people look at us and we're bad
You
guys.
have to protect your sheep.
Kinda.
Your sheep come first.
Yep.
Just because we're quote unquote, you can call it paranoid if you want.
It ain't paranoid. I don't trust you.
There will be more gatherings.
Until you're trusted, then you get to see a closer view of us.
You gotta take care of your sheep.
It ain't personal, bro.
Sheep are priority. You're not gonna do all this work and all this teaching, all this extra stuff and counseling, and then throw the sheep away.
Yep.
That's stupid.
That's the point. And this is Gedaliah just wasn't up on this.
He was a great scholar, though.
He was he was a good scholar, but he loved his people.
Yeah.
And he had good intentions, and that wasn't enough to protect him from treacherous people. And that is a significant lesson that we got to be conscious of. Also, with the piety and the brotherhood and the unity and the love, you got to sit back here and not be so quick to let any and everybody come around the people that you are responsible for working and dealing with.
Your kids.
Listen, kids are. Yes.
I'm just saying, your kids, your family, brother. You better make sure that you have checks and balances, safe holes, or whatever, fail safes.
Yep.
To make sure your family's straight until you really, really know people. That's fair, bro.
Yeah. There's a verse that Christ talks about. Let me see. It is go to 2nd Ezra 1. Let me see. No, go to Matthew 23 and 37. Are you finished with your verse, Sean? Okay. Matthew 23 and verse 37.
Matthew chapter 23, verse 37. Go ahead and slow down.
Read that.
Matthew chapter 23, verse 37. O Jerusalem, Jerusalem, thou hast killest the prophets.
Just like this damn idiot, Ishmael. Read on.
Thou that killest the prophets, and stonest them which are sent unto thee. How often would I have gathered thy children together, even as a hen gathered her chickens under her
He
wings.
says the way Christ rose is that you're supposed to be that mother hen guarding the children and protecting them from these wicked people. But you Pharisees didn't do this. Read the last part of that line.
Even as a hen gathered her chickens under her wings, and ye would not.
He says you guys wouldn't protect the prophets. You wouldn't protect the students. You wouldn't protect the families. But Christ would, and we're being taught that we need to. So we have to operate from a position of protection and looking after the weak, looking after the spirits that can't defend themselves. You're supposed to put them under your wing and be guarded and not let these outside forces get in the way of protecting them. And Gedaliah wasn't aware of this. He wasn't sharp on this, and he ended up stinging and getting his people in a bad spot because of it. Okay? Was that
one verse on that too? Lamentations chapter 5, verse 14.
Lamentations chapter 5, verse 14. Go ahead, sir.
We're good.
Yeah, go ahead.
Verse 14. The elders have ceased from the gate.
Yep.
What is the purpose of the elders?
The elders have ceased from the gate.
The purpose of the elders is for protection. The elders can identify who belongs in the city and who doesn't belong in the city.
Yep.
The elders are to identify who should they allow to come in the city and who's an enemy. They'll investigate the nature. They know the history. They know who's who. The elders are able to say, "Hey man, that's your cousin. Don't deal with her. You ain't that's your cousin. You can't." Yeah, who you think you dealing with? You know what I'm saying? Well, I didn't know.
Well, now you know.
Now you know. Yeah,
hands off.
Yeah, hands off. That's your kinfolk. But the elders are responsible for the leadership of being able to guide, direct the people. But when you look at Lamentations, this is Jeremiah also saying the same thing. This is Jeremiah at the fall of Jerusalem, crying, saying, "We have no more what?
Elders.
We have no more protection." So you got guys like Ishmael coming in and just invading and taking over and destroying because the elders are destroyed. He said the elders have what?
The elders have ceased from the gate.
Read on.
The young men from their music.
Then the young man ain't making no more music. But he's showing you that the conditions of the nation fails or falls when you take away the leadership. Now, Jeremiah is crying about this, because he's watching Babylon come in and ransack Jerusalem. And so that's one of the side effects of being out of order with the Most High. You end up inheriting bad leadership. And then now you have no protection over the flock, over the sheep. And you let that go.
You know what? I'm thinking, man, this might be where we stop. We're right at 4. And I think we should stop here, man. Where this is right when, because we're going to have to kind of rebook, because we're going to have to go back over this a little bit next week versus forcing this another 30 minutes out.
I mean, what's the lesson y'all learned so far?
Man, there's a lot of lessons in this.
No, I'm saying, listen.
My point is, I get what you're saying, but I just, there's a lot of lessons already came out of this. You know what I mean? And there's more here. There's more here.
More meat.
Let's stop, and we'll just start at 41 again and run through it faster. Because the thing is this: we got 41, we got 42, and we got 43 that we still haven't got through. I'd rather stop now than see if I can get all the way to 42 and have to reestablish it again.
Yes, sir.
Y'all good with that?
God.
You good with that? Okay. Any other questions? Comments? So we're going to get back on that Ishmael boy act. It is, and what he did and how he tried to take the people away and send them back to the king of Mammon. And Johanan comes in and kind of saves the day after that 80 people get wiped out. But we'll talk about that in a bit. With that, Amanjim Wapunya, Yerushalayim.
Rise and face Jerusalem.
Yeah. And this is what Jeremiah signed up for.
Yep.
This chaos. Okay. Yahweh. In the name of Yahweh Shai.
In the name of Yahweh Shai.
Please listen to us right now.
Please listen to us right now.
Send Michael Allah.
Send Michael Allah.
And the righteous angels.
And the righteous angels.
To watch over.
To watch over.
Bless.
Bless.
Heal.
Heal.
Protect.
Protect.
And make strong.
And make strong.
The people of Yahshua.
The people of Yahshua.
Also send unto us.
Also send unto us.
Much wisdom.
Much wisdom.
Much knowledge.
Much knowledge.
Much understanding.
Much understanding.
Much patience.
Much patience.
Much faith.
Much faith.
Much brotherhood.
Much brotherhood.
And much love.
And much love.
Spiritual power.
Spiritual power.
And forgive all of our sins.
And forgive all of our sins.
Yahweh Shai come quickly.
Yahweh Shai come quickly.
For in thee.
For in thee.
Is our hope.
Is our hope.
Always.
Always.
And forever.
And forever.
Amen.
Amen.
Watch the camera.
Birthday, how about Shem Yahshua?
Birthday, how about Shem Yahshua? Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the law.
Birthday, how about Shem Yahshua?
Birthday, how about Shem Yahshua? Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the light to see.
Birthday, how about Shem Yahshua?
Birthday, how about Shem Yahshua? Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the ram's horn to call the people.
Birthday, how about Shem Yahshua?
Birthday, how about Shem Yahshua?
Shemon, Zayat, Lamashach, Yeshua.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the olive oil to anoint Israel.
Psalms 92. It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord.
It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord.
And to sing praise unto thy name.
And to sing praises unto thy name.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
And thy faithfulness every night.
And thy faithfulness every night.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
And upon the psaltery.
And upon the psaltery.
Upon the harp.
Upon the harp.
With the solemn sound.
With the solemn sound.
For thou Yahweh.
For thou Yahweh.
Hast made me glad through thy work.
Hast made me glad through thy work.
I will triumph.
I will triumph
in the works of thy hands.
in the works of thy hands.
O Yahweh, how great are thy works.
How great are thy works.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
A brutish man knoweth not.
A brutish man knoweth not.
Neither let the fool understand this.
Neither let the fool understand this.
When the wicked spring is the grass.
When the wicked spring is the grass.
And when all the workers of iniquity do flourish.
And when all the works of iniquity do flourish.
It is that they shall be destroyed forever.
It is that they shall be destroyed forever.
But thou Yahweh, art most high forevermore.
Art most high forevermore.
For lo thine enemies.
For lo thy enemies.
O Yahweh, for lo thine enemies.
For lo thy enemies.
Shall perish.
Shall perish.
All the workers of iniquity.
All the works of iniquity.
Shall be scattered.
Shall be scattered.
But my horn shalt thou exalt.
But my horn shalt thou exalt.
Like the horn of a unicorn.
Like the horn of a unicorn.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
Mine eye also shall see.
Mine eye also shall see.
My desire.
My desire.
On my enemies.
On my enemies.
And my ears shall hear.
And my ears shall hear.
My desire.
My desire.
Of the wicked.
Of the wicked.
That rise up against me.
That rise up against me.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
Those that be planted in the house of the Lord.
Those that be planted in the house of the Lord.
Shall flourish in the courts of our power.
Shall flourish in the courts of our power.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
To show that the Lord is upright.
To show that the Lord is upright.
He is my rock.
He is my rock.
And there is no unrighteousness in him.
And there is no unrighteousness in him.
By Shem Yahushua.
By Shem Yahushua.
Psalms 133. Shayar.
Shayar.
Hama Iowa.
Hama Iowa.
La Dawad.
La Dawad.
Hana.
Hana.
Ma. Tawab.
Wama.
Na'ayam. Shabbat. Akim. Gam. Yachad. Kashaman. Hatawab. Ayo. Harash. Yarat. Ayo. Hazakwan. Zakwan. Aharad. Shayarat. Ayo. Paya. Madawafiwa. Qatar. Karamwan. Shayarat. Ayo. Hararia. Tazayawa. Kaya. Sham. Tazawab. Yahweh. Habaraka. Kayayam. Ay. Hawalam. By Shem Yahushua.
By Shem Yahushua. Psalms 133 in English. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirts of his garments, as the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion. For there the Lord commanded the blessing, even life evermore. Amen.
Amen. Yahweh by Shem Yahushua.
Yahweh by Shem Yahushua.
Yahweh by Shem Yahushua. Wakhneo. Washwalet. Wabiath. Support. 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 Rakatay Yahweh. Rakatay Yahushua. Rakatay Yahweh. Rakatay Yahushua. Rakatay Yahweh. Rakatay Yahushua. Rakatay Yahweh. Rakatay Yahushua. All knowledge. All wisdom. All understanding. All mercy. All patience. All long suffering. All power. All power. From your hope. All power. From your hope. All power. From your hope. By Shem Yahushua. Water. Yat. Aman. Take a look. Got it.
Salute Yahweh in the heavenly order. Yahweh, by our shot, who could Yisrael, in Israel, Amadu. Right?
Yahweh, keep that energy when you tell them to turn around too. That same energy you did in the salute, make sure when you circle up and turn them around, keep the same spirit.
Salute Yahweh, the daughters of Zion, in Israel, Amadu. Right?
Yahweh Shema Anatham B'Hashem Yahushua. Yashmatap, dismissed. Fall out. All right. right, Israel, thanks for tuning in. See y'all on Monday.